Haven't heard that sound in a while. Welcome to the Board of Selectmen meeting for June 1st, 2021. It's really nice not to have to look at myself. I get to look at you. So anyways, I'm calling to order the 6 p.m. meeting here at the Bourne Veterans Memorial Community Center. And note this meeting is being televised, streamed, and recorded by Bourne TV. If anyone in the audience is recording or videotaping, they need to acknowledge at this time. Okay, seeing no one, okay. All items within the meeting agenda are subject to deliberation and votes by the Board of Selectmen. I'd like to take a moment of silence to recognize our troops and public safety personnel. Kind of have this backwards. Say the Pledge of Allegiance. Flag is over this way. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, we start our meeting with a reading of the vision statement. Peter, would you read the vision statement, please?
Bourne is a proud village that embraces change while respecting the rich heritage of the town and its villages. It is a municipality based on strong fiscal government with a durable economy that recognizes the rights of all citizens, respects the environment, especially the coastal areas of the community, and the amenities that it affords. Bourne embraces excellent education and offers to citizens a healthy, active lifestyle. Thank you.
Thank you. And George, would you read the mission statement, please?
Certainly. Bourne will maximize opportunities for social and economic development while retaining an attractive, sustainable, and secure coastline and environment for the enjoyment of residents and visitors. Through responsible and professional leadership and in partnership with others, Bourne will strive to improve the quality of life for all residents living and working in the larger community.
Thank you. And at this point, we have the option for public comment on non-agenda items. Is there anyone who has any public comment? Okay, seeing none, we will move on. Now we will go to agenda item number 6, which is the Board of Selectmen entering into joint session with the Bourne Housing Authority. Bourne Housing Authority, would you like to call to order?
Well, I guess our chairman is not here, but I'll do it. Bourne Housing Authority calls to order.
Thank you. So we will be having a discussion and possible vote to fill a vacancy on the Bourne Housing Authority. And I think Karen Benedict is a candidate. Oh, sorry, I need to read. See, I don't have it on my computer, I'm sorry. The Bourne Housing Authority vacancy announcement. The Bourne Board of Selectmen invite interested residents to apply to serve as a member of the Bourne Housing Authority for an unexpired term until the 2022 annual town meeting in May. Interested candidates should submit a letter of interest and resume to George Slade, our clerk, on the Bourne Board of Selectmen, care of Bourne Board of Selectmen, 24 Perry Avenue, Buzzards Bay, Mass., no later than 4 p.m. on Wednesday, May 26, 2021. Email submissions are highly encouraged and should be sent to George Slade. Candidates will be interviewed at a joint meeting, where we are right now, of the Bourne Housing Authority and the Board of Selectmen on Tuesday, June 1st, 2021 at 7 p.m. So Karen Benedict is the person who, okay, thank you. Karen, would you like to come up to the microphone and introduce yourself and indicate your interest and experience?
I really don't need a mic.
We do it for the TV.
Hi,
you.
I'm Karen Benedict, and I live in Monument Beach, and we've been here for about 15 years. I sent my resume into the board and to the Housing Authority. I worked the past 12 years at the Falmouth Senior Center, and I also, in the past, have worked with a lot of seniors over the years and people of different disabilities. So when I saw this opportunity come up, I had just retired and said, I really need to do more with my time because I'm used to doing 4 things at once. And I'm very interested in the town of Bourne. I'm the past president of the Bourne Newcomers and Neighbors, which was we're in our 5th year. We had a little stumbling block with COVID as well as everybody. So I thought, I have time, I have the interest. I met with some of the board, and it was very interesting to find out what some of the duties are, to make sure that the housing has what they need and review some of the different policies, and I think I'm up for the job.
Very
Any questions?
Thank you. And the questions can come from the public, they can come from the board, either board. If you raise your hand, I can call on you.
Madam Chair,
I recognize Peter Meyer.
if appointed, what will be your priorities, or what you would like to bring to the board?
Well, I'm not really sure what my whole job entitles. I've been told that we get packets of information, and I think it's a lot of the housing concerns, i.e. what plumbing and maybe different more areas. I know housing is a hot commodity. Working in my job, I had people just begging all the time to try to get into town housing. I know how short it is. I know that there's between 10 and 15 years wait for people to get into housing. So anything I can do to help improve the present situation.
Also, and through the chair, the board can answer this. Does Leo Dower still do training programs, or is it someone else now that does the,
Well, he's still active,
wow,
I think, with regard to hiring,
okay.
working with authorities in finding directors and so forth, but I think that's what his limit is.
Okay,
There are
good.
several other narrow people that do
Okay.
the training.
Okay. I mean, Greg has his,
Thank you. Greg,
Just to address your,
Oh, would you please come up to the microphone? Thank you.
Leo's doing very well. He's semi-retired. He's close to 95, and but he's still going. So I just wanted to let you know that.
Could you please identify your name for the
I'm
record?
Greg Wheeler, the executive director of the Bourne Housing Authority.
Thank you, Greg.
right, thank you.
All right. Any questions from any of you?
She'd be an excellent
Oh,
candidate.
that's excellent. So if, I think we can get to having a motion to appoint, I'd like to entertain a motion to appoint Karen Benedict to fill the vacancy at the Bourne Housing Authority with the term to expire on
Uh,
the
the May-
town meeting
yeah, the
in
town general-
2022.
So move.
Thank you. And so when you vote, if you would identify who you are, that would be
have to
helpful.
second.
Yes.
It needs- it
Oh, I
needs-
thought you just said
He
second.
said so move,
Thank you,
but I will second for the record.
thank you. So, we are open for discussion at this point. Any discussion amongst the board? No? Okay. So we can go through a roll call vote with the Housing Authority. So if you'd state your name and your vote, that would be helpful.
Kathleen Durant, I vote yes.
Thank you.
Paula McConnell, aye.
Thomas Spence, I vote aye.
Thank you. So that's a 3-0 vote.
Peter Meyer, yes.
George Slade, yes.
Mary Jane Mastrangelo, yes.
Judith Froman, yes, 4-0. So welcome. Thank you for stepping up.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Okay. And
Just make sure, through the chair, make sure she knows to go to the town clerk to get sworn in and that sort of thing.
yes, so I believe that the town administrator's office reaches out to anybody who gets
Yes.
voted in. as a matter of practice at this point. So, thank you. Okay.
Motion to adjourn the joint meeting?
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Do you want to adjourn your meeting?
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Guys,
Thank you
we're
for
just
being
getting
here.
warmed up.
I know, I feel like, oh, back on the bike, so thank you very much.
Thank you very much
Thanks for being here.
coming. Thank you for stepping forward.
Thank you.
All right, we are moving on to agenda item number 7, which are review of minutes, review and vote of minutes from May 11th, 2021.
Motion to approve the minutes of May 11th as submitted?
Thank you. Is there a second?
Slatel, second.
Discussion by the board? Hearing none. I don't have to do roll call. I almost said roll call. Stop myself. All right, so all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain.
I abstain. Mary Jane Mastrangelo.
3, 0, 2, 1. Moving on to agenda topic 8A, which is discussion and possible vote regarding financing of 79 Adams Street, a deed-restricted affordable unit. So would you please, yeah, hi. Please introduce yourself and,
My name's Kerry Horman. I provide staff support for the Bourne Housing Partnership and Housing Trust. And just very briefly, there are about 65 single-family deed-restricted homes in Attleboro, that's my hometown, in Bourne. And all of those have some type of a deed restriction on them. They're different because they were built in at different times under different developments. But each of them has a deed restriction that typically requires, if there's a refinancing or a sale or major capital improvements, that a monitoring agent needs to approve that. Now, most of the time, one of the monitoring agents is the Department of Housing and Community Development. In this particular case, and in many, the Board of Selectmen is the local monitoring agent. So we have a proposal before the board to refinance 79 Adams Street. The state has come up with a maximum resale price, so they only allow financing up, or they allow financing up to 97% of that. In addition to that, in this particular case, you have a divorce situation, and you also have a lender who has their own requirements, and that requirement, in this case, is they won't lend over 80% of the appraised value, and they use the maximum resale price as determined by the state as the maximum resale price, or the market value that they go by. So in this particular case, the owner is asking to refinance up to about $160,000. The state would approve it, and the recommendation here is to not go beyond what the state would approve, but the state would approve it up to about $194,000, as I recall, in the numbers. So this is well within the state's guidelines, and certainly there's plenty of remaining equity if there was, or gap if there was a sale, if it's refinanced at 160. So after analyzing it, we've made the recommendation to the board that this refinancing be approved based upon further approval by DHCD and not to exceed the amount that they would approve. So I'm happy to answer any questions if I can, if there are any.
the questions can come from the board or from the public. So,
Just
George?
a quick question. I'm just wondering, I know these are deed restrictions, but given the present market, is that causing a lot of angst, with, what would normally have been appreciating a tremendous amount of value on any property?
I guess it does, but you gotta remember when the buyers of these, that own these properties now, they bought these properties at roughly 60% of what the market value would have been for those homes when they were built. So we've got a skyrocketing situation in the marketplace now, but they've had the benefit of living at very low levels and very low costs in a nice house. They can live there forever if they want to. So there's great benefits. They may not get the equity, but if many of you, I'm sure, can remember, what is it, 2008, when the market rate houses dropped by 25, 40%. So there were a lot of market rate buyers that went underwater. There weren't any of these houses, the affordable houses, that went underwater. So there's benefits both ways.
Okay, seeing no other questions. I think it's great to be able to, a comment that I have is that it's great to be able to keep the housing, within the affordable housing category, because it is so essential, especially right now.
That's why this restriction is there, so that when people do resell, that people of modest income can still afford to buy the house. If they were allowed to take that equity all the way, most people are able to get quite a bit of equity still. But if it were allowed to go to the max, and the existing owners were able to get all of that equity, we wouldn't be able to turn those houses back over to other people of low and moderate income. So that's why that deed restriction is there.
Thank you. And thank you to staff for providing so much detail on information, pages and pages. We could see the deeds, we get to see everything, so that was interesting. So thank you. Well, is there,
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
Motion to allow applicant Drew Buckley to refinance the deed-restricted single-family home at 79 Adams Street, Sagamore, Barnstable County Registry of Deeds, Book 25233, page 290, based on the Massachusetts Department of Housing and Community Development, DHCD, approving of the transaction. The total amount shall not exceed the amount approved by DHCD, and to further allow the applicant to receive cash out as part of the refinance.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion amongst the board? Seeing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? 400.
Thank you.
Thank
very
you.
much.
Thank you for, good to see you, Carrie.
Item 8B on our agenda is a discussion and possible vote of Cape Cod Canal Day Festival, Cape Cod Canal Regional Chamber. Would you please come up and introduce yourself and talk about?
Thank you very much. Marie Oliva, I'm the president and CEO of the Cape Cod Canal Region Chamber of Commerce, and it's good to see everybody here today and in person. And it's Zoom is good for some things, but you need that personal contact, I think, with people. So it makes a difference, and that's why we're here for Concerts by the Canal and Cape Cod Canal Day. We're looking for approval for both these events. We fully plan to move forward now that the restrictions have been lifted. The Concerts by the Canal are sponsored by Eastern Bank and many business sponsors in the area in order for us to help pay for the bands. That's in July and August, 6:30 to 8:30, every Thursday night. And I know, Peter, you religiously come to these concerts all the time, and I appreciate it very much, Mr. Meyer. And we really have a great crowd there, and it really, truly is a local community event, so we really appreciate that. With respect to Cape Cod Canal Day, we have that scheduled for September 18th from 11 a.m. to 6:30, to 6 o'clock p.m. We did expect about 5,000 people, 5 to 7,000 people that came last year. We're hoping this year people will be able to come. We've got our permits out with our respective departments. I can't say enough with respect to the concerts and Cape Cod Canal Day, the help that I've received from everyone, including the town administrator's office, the selectmen, the DPW, and many other departments, the fire department, that we have to deal with to pull these events off. So we require a lot of volunteers, and we appreciate all your help, and I'm happy to answer any questions here today.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So are there any questions from the public or from the board?
Happy to
I
see
rec-
Canal Day back.
Why not?
Go back? I thought you went away.
I got my checkbook again if we need it.
No, that's okay. Do you want to?
Please introduce yourself and
Gary Maloney, Buzzards Bay. I didn't know we were going to handle both at the same time, but,
we're actually not, but
Okay,
that's okay.
I didn't think
That was,
so.
that,
Separate
we'll
votes.
take them separately because they're
Okay.
separate votes.
so my
but
questions
that's
are only
okay.
concerning Canal Day.
Okay, let's start with that.
We had some extensive discussion already in 2018 and 19, and I believe there's quite a bit of information in the public packet already that talks about how the votes were taken. In addition, since that time, the board, as selectmen and in their other role as sewer commissioners, have talked about how important fees, no matter how small they are, go back to those intended places where they were supposed to be. So I've tried writing a check and being the volunteer to pay the $75 fee in 2018 and 19. I would use some of those same arguments now and would be interested in any board comments, how they feel about waiver of all fees, because I believe that's what's in the application. So including the water, the electricity, everything that would have been a fee, my question would be, where would those fees have gone? Would that have been general fund, or returned to the recreation department, or been used in the upkeep of the park itself or other recreation department facilities, number one? And number two, is the board intending to waive all those fees again, or will there be some discussion on that? Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think I'll defer to the town administrator about where the funds would go. if they
Yeah,
do.
so funds like that would end up going into the general fund. But the topic of the fee waivers, Marie has submitted that, and that's on another agenda to actually have the discussion. We wanted to make sure the board voted first about actually holding the events, and then have the discussion and the request related to fee waivers. So we should see that at the next Board of Selectmen meeting, and have that discussion.
Thank you. So we just want you to come back, Gary, you know, over and over. Yes.
I want to make sure I'm not anti-event.
Yeah.
I'm not anti any of that. I
Yep.
want to know where the money's going
Yep.
and where it's not going, most importantly. We did it as a goodwill in 2018. We carried it over to 2019. I can fully understand that in this environment, we would want to continue that again. But I thought the fees being part of that routing slip were going to be discussed tonight.
Yeah.
Not at a future date. So if the permit's not going to be approved tonight, which would have included the waiver of fees, then by all means, let's proceed. But I think it would include whether we're going to have fees collected, paid, or not, and the amount that totally was waived. To try to keep the separate events. For the second event, for the concerts, I read on that application, it looks like they want to have up to 10 vendors at those, with each of those vendors from her website showing an application fee of $125 to participate. So I'm wondering why they have to pay, or will they all be waived as well, anybody that wants to come set up a tent, or are we the only ones waiving? Thank you.
Thank you. So we will put that on a future agenda. Tonight, we are slated just to talk about making sure that we approve or not approve the events. So we have are there any other questions from anyone? Comments, okay. So our first motion would be regarding the Canal Day. Is there a motion?
Make a motion.
I'll make
Go
a
ahead.
motion to approve the application by Canal Area Chamber to hold Canal Day 2021 at the Buzzards Bay Park on September 18th, 2021.
Second.
Thank you. Discussion amongst the board? I just make the comment that it's just wonderful to have it come back and have the life come back to the park. So thank you for the tremendous amount of organizing that goes into it, especially in short order now. So, all right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstain, 400. And our second motion is in relation to the concerts in the park.
I'll do parks if you don't mind. I'll make a motion to approve the application by the Canal Area Chamber to hold the concerts in the park at Buzzards Bay Park on July 1, July 8, July 15th, July 22nd, July 29th, from 6:30 PM to 8:30 PM, and August 5th, August 12th, August 19th, and August 26th, from 5:30 to 8:30 PM.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Discussion amongst the board?
Just to make a quick comment, it's, I know it's not, whether we approve this or not, but it was nice to drive through the park today, look across the street from the view of the park, and these are the people that will be attending the park, not just Canal Day, but just using the park on a regular basis, and just seeing what's happening to Main Street versus the way it looked about 4 years ago, before the buildings were raised and improved, and it's just, we're not there yet, but it's just very nice to look, and it's becoming enjoyable again. And a lot of people from other towns are saying Buzzards Bay is ready to pop, and I think they mean that in a favorable light. But anyway, that's just my comments anyway, my observation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I?
Mary Jane?
I just have a comment. If we're going to have a future discussion about waiving fees, could we know in that discussion exactly what the fees would be and exactly what we're waiving and where they would go, so that we
Yeah.
really understand what action we're taking? That would be helpful.
Yeah, good. That's the crux of the whole matter, actually.
Tony, did you have something you wanted to add to it? Did I see you raise your hand? No. Just waving. It's awesome.
Yeah, I can
Thank
just
you.
say that it does mean a lot to the village, on Thursday nights when people have a chance to go to the businesses in the area and just getting out. It just shows that that the activity that's going on in the businesses that are thriving, and just the social aspect of it. Because with COVID, with us being cooked up and couldn't do anything, this is what the doctor ordered. It's nice to get back and by supporting this cause, with their 50/50 raffle and everything else, you're also supporting, their nonprofit causes with a scholarship and stuff like that. So, it's not just for people in the, in the area, just to listen to music. There's other benefits with it, so that needs to be said. But Marie and the group has done an amazing job over the years. I mean, if they get people like me coming back every week, so it's great.
Raffle.
It really is.
I guess I do have, a question about the Community Engagement Committee. I think that you've been in front of them before, is there still a possibility that they might
I
have some
actually did
funding?
send something to Kathy Fox from the Community Engagement Committee for funding to help pay for bands for Cape Cod Canal Day.
Okay,
So I am in contact with them on that.
excellent,
Okay,
sounds
so-
good, because that's the whole idea.
Right.
That's one of the ideas of having the
Yes.
community engagement. Excellent,
Thank you. Thank you.
thank you. All right, all in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, abstain. Jared, want to abstain?
I'll abstain.
Let's just add it in. 401. Excellent. Thank you so much. Thanks for being here. Agenda topic 8C is discussion and possible vote. Oops, sorry, we did that one. Discussion for 8D is discussion and possible vote to allow a wedding on Sagamore Beach, the Wiley wedding, including an archway and benches. Is there anyone here representing? I thought you looked familiar. Come on up to the microphone and introduce yourself and what your intentions are.
All right. My name's Lynn Willie, And I'm looking for permission to get married on the small section of Sagamore Beach at the end of Standish Road. It's a small wedding. It would be about 45 people, no more than 50. It would be early in the morning at 10 o'clock. So there won't be any benches. It's just going to be an archway with flowers. And it's a quick ceremony. We would only be there for maybe an hour and a half tops with setting up the archway and the ceremony and then clean up.
Very good. So, any questions from the public or from the board?
Excuse me, it appears that the number of guests would not cause a problem with parking or anything like that. It looks like it's all
Yeah.
well within the,
We thought, I know it's sticker-only parking right at that parking lot, but we thought if we could park up at the playground, the Clark Street playground, and we'll shuttle people down.
mm-hmm.
Thank you. That's great. Okay. Mary Jane?
So I have a question on the policy that we have about weddings, is that you can have a wedding on the public property. We can't guarantee, because it's a public place, that that it won't be private. So we can allow you to use, we can say you can use the property. I'm a little bit concerned about reserving it, because we can't really reserve the public property. So I think it'd be great to have it. We welcome weddings at our, beaches, and it's nice to have you come in and tell us that you're gonna do it so that we know, but.
Yeah, we understand that. We're hoping that maybe it'll be early enough that it won't be too crowded yet, but we'll just have some extra viewers, I guess.
Oh, yes, you will. Seen many weddings there. And it's actually going to be on the beach?
Yes.
Yes, I couldn't tell if it was just at the corner of the road there in that lot.
at the
Okay.
beach. Yep.
Sounds good. Other questions, comments? Okay. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you.
I move to allow Lynn, Willie, and Jay Kenny to use a portion of Sagamore Beach for a wedding ceremony and associated materials, such as a wedding arch, on July 11th, 2021, from 10 a.m. to 12 noon.
Second.
Thank you. Discussion amongst the board? Seeing none. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain. 500. Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Agenda item 8E is discussion and possible vote on the 4th annual Monument Beach Polar Club Annual Food Drive, June 27th, 2021, 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. Please introduce yourself.
Sure. Good evening. I'm Diane Woodside. I'm here on behalf of that committee to see if we can hold our annual food drive. We've done it for the past 3 years, and we'd love to do it again. And this is to benefit the Bourne Food Pantry.
And you did do it in 2020.
We were allowed to do it.
Yeah.
Yes, we were thrilled, and it was it was the best ever.
Yeah.
Everyone was very generous.
And
Yeah.
it's wonderful. Okay, any questions from the public or from the board?
Just a point of interest, would you encourage more people to bring food items or actually checks?
No, we encourage food items.
Really?
We have accepted monetary donations, and we've given that to the food pantry as well.
Right.
But we advertise the food.
Okay, thank you.
All right, is anyone interested in making a motion?
I'll make a motion to allow the Monument Beach Polar Club, Diane Woodside, to conduct the annual food drive at the Monument Beach parking lot on June 27th, 2021, from 7 a.m. to 11 a.m.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mary Jane. Discussion amongst the board? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain. 500. Thank you. Thank you for doing that.
I appreciate it. Thanks very much.
Yeah, that's great.
Have a good night.
Good luck.
Thank you, too. Agenda item 8F is discussion and possible vote on the National MS, Multiple Sclerosis Society, 37th Annual Cape Cod Getaway MS Bike Ride, July 10th, 2021, from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m.
So, Madam Chair, we did hear from the MS Society today. They weren't able to have somebody down here for the board meeting. So my understanding in talking to the staff in the office, I guess this has been done for quite a few years. I don't, obviously probably didn't do it last year, but quite a few years. I think it's a pretty relatively routine, well-structured event. So, but they were not able to have somebody present.
Thank you. Does anyone know if there have been any issues with the path, the course actually going down through Bourne-Dale? Does anyone have any experience with that?
We've never really, it's never really been an issue.
Okay.
And what we do is, with Taylor's Point, they sign it, no parking within the whole neighborhood in that day, and then, so when they check it, go through the gate to check in, and then the families will be down on the Main Street side to pick them up, so they gotta bring their bikes back off the point since they're not staying overnight.
Okay. So it sounds very organized.
Oh, yeah. We've been doing
So
it
do they
for-
reach out specifically to Taylor Point Association, or?
It's
is
done,
it-
it's done through the police department, and usually the Friday after Friday morning, DPW goes out and puts the no parking signs up for Saturday, and then after the event, DPW comes around, takes the no parking signs down.
And there's notes in the packet to, be in touch with the police department at
Yeah.
least 2 weeks prior to discuss traffic arrangements and police details that are required.
Yeah, it's been a well-oiled machine for a long time.
Yeah, 37 years.
Yeah.
All right. Any questions, comments? We haven't, yeah, was there anyone who would like to give a motion? We'll alternate. Go ahead, Mary Jane. I can't.
I don't know, motion to allow National Multiple Sclerosis Society to conduct their 37th Annual Cape Cod Getaway MS Bike Ride along the town roads on July 10th, 2021.
Is there a second?
Second?
Thank you. And for the sake of discussion, we could have the part of the course that actually goes through Bourne roads. Maybe we could post that somehow on the website for, it's just a little tiny section of it, but that way people are aware. There are a lot of bike rides that go through Bourne. So it's kind of nice to have those heads up. And then when it's on there, well, then we can send it around social media, so. All right, so we have a motion and a second and a discussion. Any more to discuss amongst the board?
Just a mention that we are, in the town of Bourne, it's mile 72 through 75 of a 75-mile bike trip. So that's liable to be very spread out time-wise. I realize the road is contiguous, and it looks like the right turns and left
Yeah.
turns are all correct. Make a lot of sense, but it's nice that they're funding the police details too, so because that's gonna be quite a while. I mean, there's a lot of different biking abilities and things like that, but that's, it's liable to take quite a bit of time. Not even 1,000 bikers.
Yeah.
It'll be, clusters for a while, but I think it's gonna be just basically, that's why the signage would probably be good, just to remind people. Thank you.
Yeah, and that's why I was wondering if it caused any disturbance in the past.
Yeah.
I try to avoid Bourne-Dale Road in the summertime on the weekends. So, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, abstain, 500. Right. Moving on to item 8G, discussion and possible vote for the Sagamore Beach Colony Club annual fundraiser with one all-day alcoholic beverage license and one-day entertainment license, July 6, 2021, from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. Hi.
Hi,
Please introduce yourself.
my
and-
name is Sandy Lacasse, and I'm here on behalf of the Sagamore Beach Colony Club, requesting permission for our one-day event. It's a fundraising event, and most of our funds go back into the immediate community, doing grounds maintenance of our buildings. This year, our theme is Bridging the Gap. we have a lot of senior members of our club and a lot of 40, 50-somethings, and quite honestly, with maintaining a lot of the grounds, we need some of those 20s and 30s to become more active participants. So this year, our event is called Bridging the Gap, and we're trying to get, it would actually be the children of some members and the grandchildren of some members and the great-grandchildren of some members. And we have a really great attendance with the 80s and 70s and 60s, and we're just trying to pull up that younger generation to get them to participate, make it fun for them to see, like there are benefits to belonging to this club in our neighborhood, and maybe then we can reel them in a little bit and get some of the help that we need, because we do maintain some of the town commons as well with plantings and mowing and mulching. So, so this event would be under 100 people from 6 to 10. We do want to be respectful to all the neighbors. We have hired a band. The band is a very cross-section of oldies to more current, because we want to try to cater to everybody. And we do plan on keeping it very simple and ordering pizzas that night for the group. So we'll have pizzas and some light snacks. We will be ordering extra porta potties, even though we do have 2 bathrooms down at the Adams Pavilion already, just in case. And so we'd like permission to hold the event from 6 to 10. We'll end promptly at 10 to be respectful of everybody. But just a good get-together to bring families together. Does anyone have any questions?
Thank you. Questions from the public or from the board? I guess my question is, I know that most people are kind of in walking distance. Can you talk about the parking a little bit?
Sure. Most people are within walking distance. Those people that aren't within walking distance often know immediate neighbors, and everyone's been in the club, and most club members have been in long enough to know the rules of the parking. So we'll be especially careful to note that. Most of us know, but we will note it on our website and on the when they purchase the tickets, of that intersection parking can be tricky as to not getting cars too close parked to the intersection. So we will make notations of that.
Because what is it, our parking man, 40 feet, 20 feet? What is it from the intersection, the distance for parking?
25.
25, I make it up.
Rounding up.
That's why I asked the officials.
Club members are pretty savvy with the park.
Yeah.
there, so.
Very good. And have you ever had any issues with any of the neighbors, or,
No,
just invite them all, right?
Right. It's because it's a neighborhood event, and because it starts early, but it also ends at 10 o'clock. We don't anticipate any problems.
Yeah.
Most of the neighbors will be on the tennis courts or at the pavilion enjoying themselves.
Nice. Okay, I see no other questions or comments. I'd like to entertain a motion. George?
Okay, motion is to allow the Sagamore Beach Club a one-day entertainment license for a live band from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. as part of the fundraiser located at 30 Robinson Road, Sagamore Beach, otherwise the Fisher Tennis Courts, on July 10, 2021, from 5 p.m. to 11 p.m.
Second.
And I just would add in that it's a Sagamore Beach Colony Club, correct?
That's correct.
Make sure that word's in there. Discussion amongst the board?
Everything looked in order in the paperwork, so it looks good.
Yep. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? 500.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for being here.
Oh, we have the next one.
There's another
one
one,
more.
too.
Yeah, there's a second motion.
Oh, yeah,
we have a-
so, sorry, you can't leave. Usually I can hide behind the screen, my Zoom screen, I couldn't do that, sorry. So we do have one other about the liquor license. We have to vote on that.
Okay, this would be to allow the Sagamore Beach Colony Club a one-day liquor license for all kinds of alcoholic beverages as part of the fundraiser located at 30 Robinson Road, Sagamore Beach, Fisher Tennis Courts, on July 10, 2021, from 5 p.m. to 11 p.m.
Second.
Thank you. Discussion amongst the board? Seeing none, all in favor? Say
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? 500.
Excuse me,
Thank you, yes.
I'm looking at the agenda. It says from 6 to
6 to 10 and
10.
then 5 to 11, yeah.
So
Yeah.
the entertainment will be 6 to 10, and we wanted the liquor license from 5 to 11 in case the people setting up or the people cleaning up at the end could still have an alcoholic
Clean up.
beverage while they were cleaning up.
Okay, so the motion should
We were just trying to
stand.
cover ourselves.
It's okay, we already voted yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good catch,
Thank you.
George.
This time I will let you leave. All right, item 8H is too soon, so I think we take, I tend to get ahead of myself here. So we have a hearing, but it's not until 7:05. And so we have 15 minutes, so we could either take a small break or we could jump into
How long is 8J?
town administrator. What's that?
How long is 8J?
Yeah, they're coming in via Zoom, so we're
Oh, okay.
They're on a schedule.
All right.
Madam Chair, I'd be happy
Yes.
to cover a couple of my items if you
Okay,
like.
I was just looking at those. That would be
It's
great,
like
thank you.
informational, so it's good to do
Yes.
informational items.
So the first item, 10A, is related to the notice of noncompliance the town received back in March from the Department of Environmental Protection due to the environmental release notification that was issued on the community center property, which is 239 and 229 and 239 Main Street. 239 was the location of the former Phil's Auto, and as many gas stations in the day, I think going back probably to the 1930s, probably had a number of releases to the ground and groundwater, either due to spills, leaking underground storage tanks, which I think over the years was probably close to 20 that were installed and removed over time. And so all of this saga, if you will, started back in the early 2000s. There were multiple release notifications that were done over several years. As part of that, the town is required to hire a licensed site professional to come in. There is a tier classification that happens to sort of get the boundaries of the site, what are the things that are affecting the ground and groundwater. That requires you to provide periodic notifications until you can either reach a temporary or a permanent solution for the site. So there was a whole number of things. If you read through the report from Benedict Engineering, who is the licensed site professional that I hired just recently to answer for the town, the notification of noncompliance, you can see a lot of the history there, so I'm not going to necessarily cover all of that, but there are a number of things that done. Soil removal, there was vapor slab venting put into this building. There was a number of injection wells and monitoring wells that were put on the site over time. However, in 2006 was the last time the town actually reported anything related to the site for reasons which I don't, have answers to. But what ended up sort of bringing this back to the light is property across the street was either for sale or potentially for sale, and had to obviously prove the site had no contamination on it. There was a hit in the southwest or northwest corner of the property, which is adjacent to where most of the contamination on this site, which is the southwest side, and so. DEP basically sent the notice of noncompliance requiring the town by the 5th of June to provide a Tier 4, Phase 4 report and a Tier 2 classification extension. So Benedict Engineering came in over a number of days, finally found all the injection wells, all the monitoring wells, did sampling over a couple of day period. I won't try to pronounce all the names of the things that are still there. But the bottom line is we're going to have to continue to do more work because DEP is going to require us by March of next year to notify them of either a temporary or a permanent solution to the site. And so this report that was in the packet will get sent to DEP this week, and we will have them, Benedict Engineering, back in because they want to put in some more monitoring wells. We need to make sure we can identify the scope and impact of where some of this contamination may have migrated to if it didn't migrate off-site. and really come up with the risk characterization of that to see if there is any, potential concern. So when you read through a lot of this, it doesn't sound great, but in reality, it's probably better than what I thought we would actually find, having probably more experience than I would like to remember with groundwater contamination from the base when I was there. So this is just a beginning step. We're going to have to provide continual updates to them over the course of, now until next March, and we'll report back periodically on what, what they're finding with that. So these things can get a little tricky. As you know, the town has another site known as the Marine Life Center that the DEP is also requesting the town provide updates, which it hasn't done since 2016. So we'll have 2 of these working environmental situations to deal with here in the immediate future. So that's kind of where we're at. So we'll have Bennett Engineering back in to do the additional monitoring and that sort of thing, and see if we can now sort of get the whole scope of potential impacts of what they find. So.
Excellent. Well, it's good to move forward with it
Yes.
and not ignore it.
Well, you can't, right? So yeah, now that we're on their radar,
That's right.
I have found with
okay.
them, ignoring is, and these things can be quite expensive if you start getting, administrative control orders, or administrative consent orders, from the DEP on things, because then you're forcing your hand. So we need to do the right thing for our property and for potentially other properties. So.
That's great. Does anyone have any questions? Mary Jane?
No, I have a question. Are the brownfield loans still available? So the brownfield, we do have a brownfield loan that we've had for the Marine Life Center for a while that, you do have to pay it, but are those still available? I think.
I don't know. We did have some discussions with Mass Development about some brownfields work on another former gas station at the end, at the West End Rotary, and some potential funding they might have, because that was went into tax title taking a while back. But obviously we don't want to take on another one of these properties. So once we get to what the final solution could be, certainly looking for other sources of funding will be the first order of business. And brownfields are one of those that seem to be stay around, because there's so many sites out there that require cleanup, and the expense of that a lot of times they get left because either the current landowner or whatever cannot afford to do the proper cleanup, and so those loans are very helpful in trying to do that. So.
Thank you.
Thanks. Any questions from the public or the board?
All right.
Thank you. We have time for more.
Yes. I can probably get through all 3. So the next one is related to the green community. So if you remember a while back, we had Liz Sullivan, who's the regional coordinator for green communities in our area, along with Margaret Song and others from the Cape Light Compact that assist towns in the areas of green community, which delves in with our strategic plan, as well as our energy performance contract we're continuing to pursue. And so a grant just became available for technical assistance to assist us with our application, and really going through the different wickets that would need to be presented to town meeting, because there are at least one town meeting article related to being a green community as it relates to the stretch code. And so we're going to be putting in an application to get that technical assistance to evaluate where we are, what we need to do to see if our current zoning meets standards, whether there needs to be any changes to our zoning, so that we can prepare for a potential, town meeting vote to become a green community. Right now, I think there's well over 200 communities out of 351 cities and towns that have, reached their green community status. And what it does for us, in addition to our commitment to climate change and energy efficiency and reducing greenhouse gases, it unlocks a lot of funding. Right, so one of our primary goals is to search out other sources of funding outside of our normal budget process that can help us make advances in areas that are important to us and outlined in our strategic plan. So this will be one of those, and we'll be reporting back once we get a little bit closer to town meeting time to talk about what articles we may need to have them vote on in order to take us over the goal line.
Excellent. Thank you.
Lastly, a request from the Bourne Fire Department to withdraw $3,000 from their donation account. The purpose of that is to assist in their community risk reduction program. And what this would allow them to do is probably purchase around 50 combination smoke and CO2 detectors. And so when they go into a residence and they find the home, in particular, we're talking about more the vulnerable population that is out there and that may not have working or have any smoke and CO2 detectors, to be able to install those, for them. So I think a great program, helps to reduce the risk of fire, obviously, resident safety and that sort of thing. So the chief asked me to request the board authorize him to withdraw $3,000 from that account.
Does anyone have any questions from the public or from the board? Not used to having to turn my head so much. Gonna get stiff neck. All right, is there a motion? MJ?
It's my turn now. Motion to allow up to $3,000 to be expended from the Bourne Fire Department donation account for the purpose of purchasing combination smoke CO2 detectors.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Peter, thank you. Discussion amongst the board? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? 500. And so now I recommend that we take a brief break because we have a poll hearing at 7:05. So feel free to talk amongst yourselves, and we'll report back at 7:03, and then look at each other. Is there a
Motion to recess.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstain. Thank you.
now my mother is like, I want a new bird bath because now we have baby blackbirds in our bushes.
Wasn't that at the beginning?
Well, for Bourne Community TV. I just, never mind, maybe it's not that, but that is.
If anybody's here that's planning on speaking related to the cable hearing coming up, just make sure you sign in on the cable sheet that's on the table.
The cable on the table.
Also, I'm hearing that people at home are not hearing us clearly.
Then we need to sit up closer to it.
Well, I mean,
Does that
I'm not
help?
talking now, but I'm just saying. They've been having problems throughout the night with some of us. We've been speaking that it's not going through the microphone as clearly, so.
Is there anybody in particular who should be speaking up?
No.
Hello?
Sometimes that was the mics.
Yeah.
You know, and they used to have those battery problems with the mics, and you
Yeah, they
used to
come
go
up.
back and
Yep.
change out the,
All right, so I'd like to get us back in session.
Motion to reconvene.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain. 500. We're back in session. Thank you for taking a break and getting to know each other. We are on item 8H, which is the poll hearing. And poll hearings do not require advertising, therefore a public hearing is not required. But we are going to open a public hearing. So,
A motion to
roll-
open the
thank you.
public hearing?
Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call vote. Peter?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
Mary Jane?
yes.
Jared?
Yes.
Judith? Yes, 500. So we're going to conduct the public hearing at this point. Is the applicant present? Okay. So please come up and introduce yourself and how you're affiliated to this hearing, and give us some background.
Good evening, everyone. Members of the board. Jessica Elder, Eversource. I'm actually filling in for Karen Johnson, who was kind of double booked this evening, who's replaced Karen Ray, who just retired. Long story. Eversource is proposing to install one 40-foot Class 2 pole. It's approximately 20 feet west of an existing pole, 45 over 27 on Standish Road. It's a corner lot, 2 new properties going in, so right now it's just a vacant lot. The area is pre-marked, and again, for customers 35 and I believe 45 Standish Road.
Very good. Are there any questions from the board? Or did you want to also speak as a? Okay, all right. Are there any questions from the board?
Can I ask?
Mary Jane?
I do have a question. So I think this was where I was reading in the documentation that it says the company or companies, it refers to Eversource, but then in the body of the language, it talks about companies. And there's been some question before about who actually owns poles. So it seems like if there's a problem with the pole, it's like who's actually responsible for fixing the pole. So is this pole definitely going to be an Eversource pole, and Eversource will be responsible for fixing it?
Well, this is a fully owned Eversource pole. At times, there are joint-owned poles that are either owned by Verizon and Eversource, and it depends on what set area. There are areas where Verizon sets the poles and then we'll remove them, and areas that Eversource sets the poles and Verizon removes them. And that's kind of how this one happens to be fully owned by Eversource. This one happens to be fully owned, so we're responsible for maintaining, repairing, replacing the pole. If that answers your question.
It does, and it explains why there's questions sometimes.
Yes.
Yeah, it happens.
We prop
I
it up and
understand.
we leave it there because we're not sure who's going to actually fix it.
Glenn?
Is that a negotiation? Is that a negotiation between the two companies, or who's?
That is totally set. I mean, these are agreements, yes, agreements between the two companies.
As to territory?
As to territory, correct.
Are those maps that are ever published?
I can have Karen get back to someone and find that information out. That I'm not aware of, if they're out there, but we don't have a problem letting people know and giving that information out.
I would guess that it might be on GIS someplace, you know,
Right.
for the even accessibility.
I don't
No?
think it puts who has ownership on it. Yeah, I don't think it does.
Oh, yeah, the electrician might know. So,
And there's also private poles that
Yeah.
neither of us are responsible for, neither Verizon or, that the homeowners are responsible for as well.
It's through the chair.
Yes, Peter?
As part of putting this new pole in, are you gonna be removing the old pole, or you run the wire over the street to connect from the old to the new?
It's going from the old to the new, not removing another pole, because there's two properties going in that need service.
Okay.
And is there a standard distance off from the asphalt that the poles are installed, like new poles are installed?
You're saying from the street?
Yes.
Roughly about 8 feet back. Yeah, roughly about 8 feet.
Nice, thanks.
All the things that are in the ground, like gas and stuff, dictate.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yep, that makes sense. All right, are there any questions from the public?
Motion to close the public hearing?
I'll second.
Okay. Roll call, Peter?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
Mary Jane?
Yes.
Jared?
Yes.
Judith? Yes, 500. And now, we would entertain a motion to allow Eversource Energy to install one new utility pole at 35 Standish Road in Bourne.
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Discussion amongst the board. I think in reference to your question, Glenn, about, trying to keep track as we go along and have these different types of poll, hearings, we probably should be keeping track of, at least from our end, if it's not something that's available, but just food for thought.
Well, I would say if there's a map from the two companies that we
Yeah.
can publish, it'd be a lot easier for us, as
Yeah.
opposed to going pole by pole, but.
Absolutely.
We do keep files on them, I know that, but
Yeah.
it does become confusing.
Yeah, but don't they pay taxes on the, don't they, isn't there some sort of tax they pay on the polls, or no, am I wrong about that?
They do.
I think I
Yeah.
have to speak up louder.
Oh.
We were told we don't,
So
we're
we
not
know
talking
who
loud
owns
enough.
the poll by who pays for the taxes, but who's responsible for
They-
taking it out or repairing it could be a different thing by agreement with the company, so it's complex.
I believe, as far as Bourne, on this side of Bourne, it's Eversource. Over the bridge, it is Verizon. Again, this is not my territory, so I apologize. But
okay.
I believe somebody just
It
told me
could
that.
be.
That I'm pretty sure somebody just told me that today, matter of fact. And I
Sounds
believe they
excellent.
said over the bridge, it's actually Verizon install and not Eversource.
Interesting.
So anything on this side is Eversource install. So if that helps.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other questions, comments amongst the board? All right, seeing none, we'll do a roll call vote. Peter?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
Mary Jane?
Yes.
Jared?
Yes.
Judith? Yes, 500. Thank you.
Wonderful. Have a great
Thanks
evening.
for being
Thanks
here.
so much.
Thanks. Good, we didn't do that one too fast. So now, we're at
There you go.
Try to stretch it out. Now we're at agenda item 8I. It is a public hearing for a cable television license renewal public hearing with Comcast. And so, I believe, one moment, please. Sorry. Town of Bourne, Massachusetts, legal notice, cable television license renewal public hearing. The Town of Bourne, by the Board of Selectmen as the statutory cable license issuing authority, will hold a cable license renewal public hearing on June 1st, 2021 at 7:10 p.m. pertaining to Comcast, the cable operator licensed to provide cable service in Bourne, in connection with the possible issuance of a cable television renewal license to Comcast. Please note, due to COVID-19 state of emergency, this hearing will be held by Zoom and can be attended by desktop, laptop, tablet, or phone via the following information. The telephone number is 1-929-205-6099. The meeting number ID is 891-6539-3183. with the passcode 271842. And also, people are here in person, just in case people don't realize that on TV. If the state of emergency is determined or the governor's order suspending certain provisions of the open meeting law is rescinded, this public hearing will be held in the Board of Selectmen's meeting room at the Bourne Veterans Memorial Community Center, 239 Main Street, Buzzards Bay, Mass, at the date and time specified above. Please call the office of the Board of Selectmen for more information. This proceeding is held pursuant to Federal Law 47 USC 546 to ascertain Bourne cable-related needs as part of the license renewal process. Public comment on local cable needs and past performance of Comcast is invited and shall be allowed by electronic video and audio conference platforms in accordance with the above. Copies of the town license renewal documents may be made available by contacting the town administrator's office. So I'd like to hear a motion to open the public hearing.
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call vote. Peter?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
Mary Jane?
Yes.
Jared?
Yes.
Judith? Yes, 500. So at this point, we're going to conduct the public hearing, and we'd like to have the applicant speak.
So, Madam Chair, first, I think in your packet, we had an initial opening statement for you to read, and then we will hear from the Chair of the Cable Advisory Committee, Rob Frangi, and then Bourne TV, members of the public, and then we have, I think, 4 written statements that we'll put into the record as part of this hearing, and obviously entertain any board questions. On Zoom tonight, that's going to participate, we have Chris Hilberg, former chair of the school committee, Jem McGrail, who's on her way back from a trip, if she wants to say anything, and we have Attorney Bill August with us as well, who is representing the town as we negotiate with Comcast. So if you would like to read your opening statement, and then we'll hear from the Cable Advisory Committee.
So, yes. Please come up to the microphone.
Is Comcast not participating?
They were sent the Zoom. I don't know if they're going to be here or not. So Mike Galla, who represents Comcast, he may or may not come on to the Zoom, but they were invited and can participate if needed. But I haven't seen them come on yet.
So I just wanted to know.
Could you identify yourself, please?
Paul Alfano, 160 Jefferson.
Thank
Just
you.
wanted to know if this was a legal meeting with Comcast. So
No, it's
did
just
you
it's what's called an ascertainment hearing.
Yes. Did you send in your paperwork to the Comcast within the amount of time when they notified you that the renewal was up? I think you had 60 days to respond. That was been like 2 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, we've been in contact with Comcast, so I mean, if it was 2 years ago, I wasn't here, so I can't.
So
you know,
usually
answer
at
that.
an ascertainment meeting is they have a stenographer, and Comcast would be present.
Yeah, let me stand by. Bill, if you can unmute yourself.
Yeah, Comcast is present. It's just the name of the representative is not showing.
So this is a legally constituted meeting with Comcast. They are going to answer.
May I ask the Comcast representative to just introduce himself, please? Mike Ayla, are you there?
Yeah,
I have a text from the Comcast representative saying he can't hear very well, but
So Bill, the question from the gentleman at the podium, so I know it's a little bit difficult to hear because they're having to, they'll have to pick up the speaker on
I
it.
apologize. Right, I apologize. I did not hear the
That's okay.
question.
The question from the gentleman was wondering whether this is a legal hearing with Comcast.
This is a certainly it's a legal hearing. The Cable Act mandates the holding of what Anthony Schiavi called the Ascertainment Hearing. The renewal statute says the town conducts the ascertainment hearing to invite comment from the public about the town's needs. So tonight's hearing is really for the town to meet its obligation to allow public comment. The exact words in the statute are, to have a public proceeding to identify town cable-related needs and interests. So tonight we're hearing from the public under the framework. It's not specifically about hearing from Comcast, although Comcast is present. This is not a negotiation session. We're identifying, so this one word sums up this whole statute, needs.
Okay, Bill, thank you. We'll be back.
Yeah.
The chair had to step out of the room for a minute. She'll be back.
Excuse me, I might have missed a few things. Apologize.
No, that's okay. We would just answer Mr. Alfano's question with, from Bill August, our
Okay, so I
cable
need
attorney.
to announce to the folks at home that the audio and visual will only be in this direction. There's some technical difficulties. It is being recorded, but it won't be able to be on the screen. So we won't be able to see, who is speaking. So it is really very important that as anyone speaks, they identify themselves each and every time they speak. So, and all of us need to make sure we lean right into our microphones. So, please carry on.
So your statement, Madam Chair?
Yes, that's where we are. So, good evening. This is a Commonwealth of Massachusetts Town of Bourne public hearing on cable television license renewal, June 1st, 2021. Good evening. Welcome to the Town of Bourne public hearing on Comcast Cable's license renewal. This hearing is part of the cable license renewal process to ascertain the community's cable-related needs. Notice of this hearing was in the local newspaper 2 successive weeks. Copies of the legal advertisements are here entered into the hearing record as Ascertainment Hearing Exhibits 1 and 2. By way of background for the public, Comcast's Town of Bourne cable television license expires on March 17th, 2022. Federal and state law require the holding of public ascertainment proceedings, including this hearing. We will receive comments and testimony from the public and interested persons about what cable-related needs and interests are important to the public and about how Comcast has performed under its existing license. Comcast, members of the Cable Television Advisory Committee, and Bourne Community TV, and other attendees may also have questions or comments. Before proceeding to public comment, I would like to thank the town's Cable Advisory Committee, Bourne Community TV, and Comcast for their participation and assisting in the ongoing license renewal proceedings. In this proceeding, we are open to accepting comments about all cable-related matters of interest to the public, including but not limited to customer service, license administration, the town's needs regarding the local studio, community programming, and public educational and governmental access, and maintaining support for the town's video origination capabilities. Please keep your comments no longer than 4 minutes. 4, okay? Note that this process of ascertainment of cable needs and interests will remain open until further notice, so that even after tonight's hearing, the public will have further opportunity to submit written comments to the license renewal record for consideration by the town in its licensing process. We will proceed with going right to the public comment process, starting with those on the sign-up sheet, and then leaving time to hear from any other persons who want to speak but have not signed the sign-in sheet. Thank you. And I do reiterate the 4-minute comment. It is really important that if someone has already made a comment about something, please try to refrain from being repetitive.
So, Madam Chair, if we can probably first hear from the Cable Advisory Committee.
Certainly.
So Rob Frangi is the chair of the Cable Advisory Committee. They've been hard at work for probably a couple months in preparing some comments for this evening. So Mr. Frangi is now at the podium.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Sorry, I'm just sitting up here so I don't knock
And
anything over.
Once you're set, please introduce yourself and your... Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Rob Frangier. I'm the chairman of the Cable Advisory Committee for the town of Bourne. Like the town administrator was just saying, we've been working at it for roughly about the 2 months since we got our charge from the selectmen. You know, first we want to thank everybody, obviously, for their time tonight. We appreciate everybody coming out. And then secondly, before we kind of get into some of our initial findings, also would like to thank Comcast. You know, they do provide the town with a lot of things per our last contract in the years previous, and you know, we look forward to another hopefully successful 10 more years with them. You know, with our next contract. So yeah, so with that being said, you know, as we jump right into some of our initial findings, our scope was with cable television, trying to determine what the needs are for the town and what, you know, where there's some gaps, things of that, and we spent a lot of our time focusing on PEG, if you will. The Public Education Government, you know, Access Corp, if you will, Bourne Cable Television. And you know, we have a draft of our findings that we haven't submitted yet for the public yet, but I believe the town administrator might have shared a copy with you guys so you can see a little bit of what we've been kind of going through and what we've been finding. And you know, I won't read it verbatim line by line, but I'll give you kind of a synopsis of everything that we've kind of come across so far and we thought was important to the town. And you know, the first thing on here, really the first 2 items you guys will see, is you know, we focus on Bourne Cable TV, BCTV, and you know, they from what we found are hurting staff wise. You know, what we've discovered is you know, they can kind of focus on the public and the government aspect of PEG, but they really haven't had the staff into focus on the educational portion. And so, you know, just taking a tour of the studio, meeting with the executive director down there, Jennifer McGrail, it's, you know, and we prioritize this a little bit, is they need more people there. You know, they, you know, items number 1 and 2 on the list, you'll see that you know, they're based out of the high school and they don't have the means to pull high school students down to teach them internships, to focus on that educational portion of that. So, you know, as negotiations begin with Comcast, one of the biggest items of priority-wise is trying to get funding for them to hire more people, you know, at the Access Corp, which will be huge for the town. You know, I think they've received a complaint too that, you know, especially with COVID and what have you, I know high school sports have been kind of non-existent, but they've received complaints in the past that, you know, they're not able to film some of these things, and you have family from locally that can't make it but would like to tune in, so it's really important. So we felt, you know, 1 and 2 items we're trying to get funding for them. You know, as we work our way down the list, you know, the Access Corp has the ability to broadcast channels in HD, but from our understanding, Comcast kind of dumbs that down in a sense to standard definition. And you know, I don't know about you guys, but at least for myself, you know, if it's not in HD, I don't watch it. You know, and I feel like a lot of people are becoming, you know, geared towards HD. So, you know, as part of that negotiation, we feel that was really important. You know, I don't know if Comcast will give you all 3 channels in HD from our understanding, but you know, if you can get a couple or one, you know, that would go a long way, and kind of make viewership a little better in a sense. And then the next one, next item on here, which was really important, and we were kind of shocked that it's not on there, is closed captioning. So as you guys know, you have a lot of viewers that can't necessarily hear that well, and so the ability to have closed caption would be huge for the Access Corp. You know, from learning through this ascertainment process, is it's not necessarily like a Comcast providing, it's more Comcast providing the funding in order to purchase the equipment to be able to provide the closed captioning. So it's just another item that, you know, as those negotiations go on, is trying to get the funding to purchase that equipment to provide closed captioning for the residents, you know, that do tune in to the PEG channels. And like I said, we thought that was a really important one. You know, another item on here is the program guide, you know, the ability to see what's coming on. So if, you know, you're having a hearing or whatever the case may be in the town, not being able, you know, to show residents so they can plan accordingly, that, you know, we thought that was really important. And just another need we thought in today's day and age was important for the town, was having a program guide. You know, people can plan accordingly, you know, XYZ. And then the next item on here was, as you guys can tell with some of the audio stuff, is the Access Corp is working with some equipment that's really old. And I think they had modulators that were from like the 1970s. And so, you know, here we are in, you know, 21st century, and it's, you know, more or less they need funding in order to update that equipment. And we took a tour of the studio as a committee, and, you know, just across the board, they really need a decent capital investment, if you will, to upgrade that equipment. It just, you know, they've gotten a lot of complaints with audio issues with these meetings, or not being able to hear or see, things of that nature. So, you know, equipment upgrades are huge for them right now, or needed, I should say. So that's just something else to kind of consider as these negotiations go on. You know, another item on here that we came across, and this item kind of is going to go hand in hand with another one, but just going through the contract from the last 10 years, you know, Comcast will provide the towns with you know, more or less like a performance review, if you will. And so it's not necessarily a need, but something to kind of keep in the new contract is the town has the ability to request annually a performance review from Comcast. So if you have residents who are having issues with service, and, you know, you get a handful of them and nothing's getting resolved, you know, you have that ability to reach out to Comcast and say, hey, you know, can we have an annual performance review, whatever the case may be. So we kind of have that twice on here, number 7 and number 11. But maybe number 7 is more geared to us as a town of, you know, once there's a criteria met, initiate that contact with Comcast and say, hey, we have so many things going on, can we have a performance review? So kind of our advice or need is on number 7 is more of a town level of trying to determine, you know, so many people have XYZ going on, you know, kind of a system, if you will, to reach out to Comcast, or some form of like a guideline to initiate that performance review. So we thought that was important. And the next one on here, as you guys will see, it's going back to the BCTV. Their studio at the high school, I don't know if anybody's ever seen it, but it's not large compared to other towns. So they're cramped for space, so they need storage room. You know, there's equipment and furniture everywhere. And so, you know, another need we discovered that would be beneficial to people who are going there. So if they're hosting debates, things of that nature, the ability to kind of declutter it a little bit would go a long way. So you know, there's a need there for some funding to either get a storage unit, if you will, or the ability to get some storage in the high school, but funding to do so. We thought that was pretty important. And kind of the next one too is with that studio, it's outdated. There's a lot of like mismatching furniture, some old stuff that's kind of falling apart, and so it needs a really big overhaul. And so some funding, in addition, you know, to what's there to upgrade that would be huge for them. It would make it look a little more, you know, pleasant, if you will, when people are stopping by, or whatever the case may be, whatever's going on at the studio. And so another need there. And then number 10 was kind of another kind of big ticket item, if you will, that we came across. So just, you know, as we were speaking to people in the town, reaching out and trying to discover needs, it came up a few times, and apparently there's some really old, and we're working on the specifics. You know, that's why this list hasn't been submitted or finalized yet, as we're trying to get some more information. There's old wiring apparently in the town back to the Adelphia time, and we don't know if it's been updated or upgraded. And so we're learning that in certain parts of the town or throughout the town, there's a lot of like pixelating and cable TV issues related to that. So we're trying to still figure out what's going on and get a little bit of a report from Comcast. So, but more or less, we wanted to advise you that that it's been brought to our attention that there's some seriously like old wiring, if you will, in the town, and it's worth mentioning, and we're going to try to find some more information to advise you guys on kind of how to proceed with that. So that was worth mentioning, you know, as part of the findings, if you will. Let me see here. I apologize, my last page is right here, and the number 11. Just another thing we came across in the current contract was in Comcast provides drops, which are basically, from our understanding, are free set-top boxes, if you will, a free cable television to municipal buildings, so the schools, you know, here, XYZ, and you know, we're working on trying to find out the specifics of how many are available, if there are any, and kind of doing a little bit of an internal audit. We thought that was really important to mention to you guys, so that way, whatever number there is out there, try to maintain that in the negotiations, as well as, if needed, add some. And we thought that was just an important service, especially where, you know, they provide it typically at no cost. It'd be, you know, good for our municipal buildings. And number 12 was kind of going hand in hand with that number 7 I was telling you about the performance reviews. You know, this number 12 on here, you guys will see, is just basically letting you guys know we can do the annual performance review. We can ask Comcast to provide us with something if they're, you know, whatever the case may be, if we just want to see how things are going. And we thought that was really important to kind of maintain and keep in the new contract as well. But yeah, that's pretty much it in a nutshell from everything we've come across. Some, you know, within the time frame we've had, you know, we feel these are really important for the, you know, BCTV as well as the residents of Bourne, because in turn it's going to help everybody out, and be able to stream that or give that access to everybody would be huge. But yeah, that's so far what we've come across in our findings, and we'll fine tune that a little bit more before we submit it to you guys for the final approval, if you will. But other than that, that's about it.
It's a lot of information in a condensed amount of time.
No kidding.
Are there any questions from the board at this point?
So, Madam Chair, now we'll hear from Diane Flynn, who's the Executive Director for Bourne TV, Cable Access Corp.
I'm Diane Flynn, and I'm the Executive Director of Bourne Community TV. As the Chairman of the committee, I agree wholeheartedly with all the points that he made and our needs. It's not going to come easy, and it's going to require a lot more funding than we have access to right now. We do need larger staff to be able to follow through with a lot of the things that we need to do, the coverage in our PEG stations, with the government programming, with the students in schools, and also just the general public. So I can pretty much reiterate everything that he said, but I just want to let you know that you will have a concise budget for the next 10 years within the next month from us, and I appreciate your time. We have some folks here now that I would like to have speak to you about their interest and what they've done with Bourne TV, as well as to recognize Skip Barlow, who's the chairman of the Board of Directors of Bourne TV. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. So it would be important the people that you were mentioning come up and introduce themselves. And
Yeah, so we also have Chris Hilberg on Zoom, so I don't know if maybe we'll take him first, and
Okay.
And then we can take folks that are here in the audience. I see him waiting patiently. So Chris, if you can unmute yourself and you can address the board.
Good evening to the board. Thank you. I'd like to just make a few points, and yes, I'll keep it within 4 minutes. Bourne TV has been an incredibly important part of the fabric of communication within the town. Not only is the access much like you would call your neighbor, your friend, Jen and Eileen and everybody else at Bourne TV have been very accommodating from the school side of things. But even prior, some of the major construction, major projects we've had, like the Bourne new intermediate school, that simply could not have been as effective. The outreach to the community would not have been as effective without Bourne TV. We actually made some movies and some question and answer periods that were very vital to the success of the building of that school. In addition, I can tell you as a former school committee member, still slips coming out, that the Bourne TV actually made my role on the school committee much easier, because being able to attend remotely with a live broadcast going on at the same time was just absolutely critical in managing information. Also being able to attend remotely other meetings in town that were directly related to the schools was, again, very, very important. And I couldn't appreciate that effort that Bourne TV had for us. Now, not to mention the services in the pandemic, I think the school committee was one of the first to be able to conduct, under the Governor Baker's remote order for meetings during the pandemic, we were one of the first to be able to discuss interactive broadcast, interactive meetings during the pandemic, which some were very, very challenging. And Bourne TV brought success to those meetings, and we could not have done that without them. I wholeheartedly appreciate and agree with the committee who wants to develop and improve some of the products and services that Bourne TV can have, whether it be through technology, labor, or both. And I support that 100%. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Chris. Are there any others on the
Thank you, Chris.
screen?
We also have Jen McGrail. Jen, if you want to try to unmute yourself, if you have any comments you want to make at this time.
Good evening, everybody. I apologize for not being in attendance. I flew home from Virginia this afternoon. I hope you can hear me okay. I just appreciate everybody coming out on our behalf just to speak with you briefly about the services Bourne TV tries very hard to provide. We love what we do. We really appreciate the opportunity to work with so many different organizations and folks in the community across the board, whether it's public education or government. And as stated, we would really look forward to growing in the community and offering even more by increasing our staff potential and being able to spread ourselves out a bit. I have to be honest, with us coming back into meeting in person and not doing Zoom, I'm going, how am I going to be in two places at once anymore? I can't do that. So we're looking forward to continued growth and opportunity. And I just want to say thank you very much. And I will stay on the call if anybody has any questions for me. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Jen.
Thank you. Are there?
So, Madam Chair, we now have some members of the public that signed up on the sign-up sheet. We'll see if they... So first up, Phil Goddard. I got you covered.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Phil Goddard. I live in Monument Beach. My history with this channel, now Bourne TV, goes back to 1989, 1990, when it was Heron Cable, Adelphia, and Comcast. So this studio that you're talking about is near and dear to me, and I could just tell you that I fully support the budget request that the advisory committee is suggesting. The upgrades need to be done. I think the same potted plant's been there since 1997, and I had my show. So my history is I had my own show since 1997. I took the course and did many town meetings as a cameraman and technical director for the police show, and it was live with Chief Ford. That was really fun days in the mid-90s. And I can just tell you right now, personally, it changed my life. I am an employee of the town of Bourne, and in great part, my work on the recycling committee in 1990 led to my career with the town of Bourne. And I Swim has its roots on that TV channel. In fact, the 25th anniversary video that's on the town website under I Swim was produced by Elaine Orfanos and myself, many hours with equipment at that studio. And it is a valuable service to the town of Bourne. It is life-changing for people, and the web access for shows in the archive are great. I have probably about 50 video cassettes that I'm going to have to destroy. But so just briefly, thank you for doing what you do, the staff and the board of directors and the advisory committee. 100% support this, and it is a vital service to the town, needs to continue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Skip, Barlow, you?
I just assume let these other people talk first. And I'll
Okay. Paul Alfano, do you have any additional comments?
You know, one of the things when I looked at the contract, I don't think it had any discount for the elderly. I think that's something might be important to put in there. Also, I'm not sure if there's any emergency service provision with the contract. fire department or the police department would have an override into the system. I'm not sure how it works. I'm not sure if someone has to actually go to the cable station to do it. I do have some questions for Comcast in general, on number of subscribers, infrastructure updates, how much have they spent, what have they done? Also interruption of services, if they could comment on the number of days that they were down, and were able to get up that service. Also, at the head end, I think when someone said, there's old wiring, what is the head end, and have they put any money in that? Because I think, they could give money for the cable 8, and that's the cable 8's responsibility to spend that. But infrastructure changes on the other side and upgrades on the other side. I don't care what, Skip and Diane do on their side. It's just not going to be, it's just not going to come through the other side as well. So those are my comments.
Okay, thank you. Marie?
Hi, good evening. Maria Oliva from Sagamore Beach and the Chamber of Commerce, Cape Cod Canal Region Chamber. I'm here to support the community program. Community program is so critical to not only for the meetings and everything else that they have to do, all the hundreds of meetings they have to record, but the community out there for all our events, the chamber events, the concerts, the Canal Day. We do so many different business shows regarding the chamber, what we do with our programs and activities in the studio, which does need to be upgraded, and the equipment needs to be upgraded. And I really think Comcast needs to put community programming first and foremost as a priority. Community programming is all about educating people about the community through Bourne Cable TV. And that's our TV station. We need to make sure that we utilize that as best as we can. And I think Comcast needs to make a serious investment into the programming, into the studio, into the equipment that's needed in order for this to be done. The Chamber of Commerce thought it was so important that Bourne TV had done such a spectacular job throughout the community that the Chamber nominated them to have a SCORE award, which is awarded to businesses throughout Cape Cod. And we believe that they stepped up to the plate and have done so much for the community that we wanted to make sure they were identified and recognized with that award. So with that, I just want to reiterate how important it is for that investment to be made, and hopefully you'll take that into consideration with your negotiations. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Debbie?
Good evening. Debbie Olivieri, Bourne Council on Aging Director. I just have a brief statement to, we are here in support of Bourne Community TV. Sue, Jen, and Elaine have always been a pleasure to work with. They have come to the Council on Aging several times over the many years that I have been here. They've done PSAs for us. They have recorded all of our programming and got it out to the public. And we just wouldn't be able to do that without them. And in particular, during the pandemic, we weren't able to send our fitness instructors to the studio because there was no room. But Sue Barlow was awesome, and she came here and she recorded all of our fitness instructors. We put it up on the cable TV every day at 10 a.m. I received several phone calls from seniors that are thanking us having that access because, as you know, during the pandemic, the COA we just reopened today. So it's vitally important for these seniors to have at least some connection to the Council on Aging, and we were able to do that through the community TV. And I just am in support of it, and I hope it continues, and I hope that they can get new equipment to continue their mission. Thank you.
Thank you. Amy Setner?
Good evening, Amy Setner. I am the Bourne High School principal, and really just want to take this opportunity to share our experiences with Bourne TV. Jen has been so gracious over the years at the drop of a dime to provide us support just as recently as last year when our schools were closed and we were trying to pull together some semblance of a graduation, Jen reached out to me proactively and said, how can we make this work? How can we live stream it for families at home so that we can bring some normalcy to this unfortunate situation for our seniors? Experiences like that with them, naturally they're right in our building, so they're right down the hall. Those aren't uncommon. They're always willing to help us out, to record shows for us, to help provide opportunities for us to share events going on at the high school with the community at large. I know that another speaker earlier mentioned, additional staffing to support internships and things like that. They have helped us, in the past, and worked with students in the studio after school. As we develop and grow, one thing that we are looking at as a school, at Bourne High School, is to develop innovation pathways, one of which centers on communication, and we would absolutely love to reignite that partnership with them, get students in the studio, get them involved, and really share their knowledge and expertise as it grows with our community. So again, I could go on, but I won't because I only have 4 minutes and I know everyone else is waiting. So again, I just really wanted to come in person to share our experiences, which have always been positive, always been proactive, and always been supported by Bourne TV. So
Great.
Thank you. Thank you.
Gary Maloney? No, all set. Sherry Tucker Bowden? Brown, sorry.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sherry Tucker Brown. I live in Bourne. Even though my zip code says Buzzards Bay, I actually live on the other side, okay? My experience with Bourne Community Television goes back 20 years when I was my first show that I did with Diane and Skip, was just talking to businesses around the town. My second show was Fun, Fulfilling Unmet Needs Now, where I actually had folks to come on and talk about themselves, and one of them was Glenn. So that, because we know him as our assistant town administrator, but do we know who he is? So this way, on Bourne Community Television, people get to see who people really are. We also had on the former superintendent and the president of Cape Cod Community College, because I was not aware of the joint program with the high school with Cape Cod Community College, and I wanted everyone to be aware of that, especially those students who are in academia or who leaning towards academia. And right now I'm working with Bourne Community Television on a third show called Life's Happy Stories. After 2020, we all need to just tell happy stories. So that's coming out of, and then it's just Sherry Tucker Brown. Deb remembered me from when I was on the Council of Aging that I had to get off because of family stuff. But thank you very much. Thank you to Skip and Diane and giving me this chance. And also when I had the Cape Cod Community College president on and the former superintendent, the high school principal was supposed to have come on then too, but that was a decision that was made internally. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Madam Chair, we seem to have, sure.
I also have done community television. I also did a show on Boston Neighborhood Network Television, and they have 5 studios, and they have brand new equipment. And my show was actually funded through the Massachusetts Department of Public Health Bureau of Substance Addiction Services. So that's something we can look at, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we have 2 more names. They're listed in their town as Plymouth, so I'll defer to the chair if you want to hear from what appear to be non-Bourne residents.
Well, they're here.
Okay. Is it Joe Berman? Burns.
I'm one of the Plymouth vagrants.
Welcome to Bourne.
Thank you. I'd like to briefly share with you why I believe Bourne Community TV should be funded forever, not just for the next 10 years, but I won't go down that path. So let me explain how I did get involved with Bourne TV. I did that about 3 years ago. when I volunteered to take over videoing for the Bourne United Methodist Church Sunday worship service, which was being aired on Bourne TV at the time and continues to be, even under the awful circumstances that we've had for the last year. I had no prior experience in videography as a volunteer. I didn't know what I was getting into really, but you know, Jen McGrail and Elena Fanas came to my rescue. They patiently spent countless hours getting me up to speed on how to work a video camera, how to set up the equipment, how to compose the video, and gave me some techniques for doing that. Also introduced me to video editing. I mean, the skill sets that they provide you are easy to understand, and they stand right beside you every step of the way. They're consummate professionals and always willing to give up their time to help you move forward and drop whatever they're doing at that time. And especially during the last year, we had to convert from the Bourne TV video to develop a virtual service, and they helped me specifically, figure out how to do that. It was pretty technical, and these kids could dig pretty deep and made it a success, if you will. So in closing, I'd like to tell you that Pastor Tim Atwater and the leadership committee at Bourne United Methodist Church are very grateful to Bourne TV for the ability to reach out to those members who are unable to attend the service in person. There's also members in the community that we reach who would like to be able to have a virtual worship service in the comfort and safety of their home. So it would be a disappointment, I believe, to not be able to provide this type of public programming as we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Steve Meerman, did I get that right?
Hi there. Everybody, including all the successful people in this room, like to hear human interest stories, especially local ones where ordinary people do extraordinary things. My name is Steve Neerman. I'm the executive director and founder of the Great Blizz Special Hockey Team. And I'm a resident of the Pine Hills, so I get some special exemptions here, I imagine. Full disclosure. So I moved to this area 4 years ago, and my son loved to play special hockey. He's autistic. He was a teenager at the time. And I looked around, and there were no special hockey teams in all of southeastern Massachusetts and the Cape, which was kind of mind-blowing for me because it's such a hockey town. So I started a team. We hit the ice at the Kingston Bog, the first practice in September of 2019. We had a handful of players. 5 months later, I took a huge risk and signed to have the Boston Bruins alumni come and play a fundraiser game with us. I secured ice at the Gallo rink right across the Bourne Bridge here. And I was kind of hell-bent on having a local high school kid sing the national anthem, give them a chance to be in front of a pretty good-sized crowd. So one of our coaches, John Nathan, is a teacher at Bourne High School, and he located a female singer, and I just insisted that I need to meet her and her family before she came out for the big day. And so I came down to the school, John set it up, the vice principal was there, family was there, and in the middle of the meeting, the vice principal said to me, you know, we have a cable station like right down the hall. I'm like, what? A cable station? Right here. He said, you ought to see if you can get the cable station to cover your event. Next day, I'm in the office, their studio with Jen and Eileen, and from there, it was just a really wonderful experience. They were so professional. They so dug the story. They came out to the game. They filmed it. They interviewed our players. They got real fun with them and, you know, playful, and they interviewed the Boston Bruins alumni. And we, as a 5-month-old program, had one heck of a piece of marketing material that I could not afford to produce on my own. And we were able to take that story out, and from there, it just got our momentum rolling, and we're in our 20th month of operation, 15 of those months in COVID. And those handful of players, we have 29 players now and 75 people in the program, including mentors and coaches who have become involved. And it's just a human interest story that was taken by a local station, and they just kind of blew it out there and helped us get the word out. So I just hope that they can continue to do that. I thank Jennifer and I thank Eileen, but I think they should keep doing that with all these really cool ideas, help people get the story out and inspire everybody. So I support it, and I came down. I was more than happy to be a part of this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, Steve. Bill Doherty?
Good evening. I've been involved with public access TV for some time. Before I moved to Bourne, in another place, I was on the board at 3C TV down in Dennis. At that time, I used that vehicle to provide an opportunity for communication to the community with regard to things that were happening at in county government. Since I've been in Bourne, I've had a program, and several of you have been on it. And one of the things that I found out was that, and it may be a cliche, but communication is very important, not only in relationships, but in the connection that we have with the community. And years ago, I was on a the Mass Municipal Association had a committee where there was one cable provider that was taking the position that they would not replace the equipment that was involved in, let's say, in supporting public access TV. That would have meant that the opportunity for everybody in this community to see what you're doing would have gone away. This community has been very positive with regard to having they have the various committees that serve the community to be available for the community to observe and to watch. And I think that's a very important piece. But we shouldn't lose sight of the fact that you've got three pieces to this. You've got public access, you've got education, and you have those three working together are part of how do you, in a, let's say, in an age where we're becoming more and more detached and separated from the community at large, and how do you keep in touch with them? How do you keep the transparency that all of us who have had some experience in public life know that is extremely important to build the confidence of the people that, you know, that we serve? And I think that public TV has demonstrated for many years their ability to do it. Jen McHale and Elaine Orphanis have shown that they have the professionalism to support that effort. And I think that it's important for you to understand that their commitment and your interest in supporting that commitment means that the community can have confidence that they will know what's going on. I think it was especially important during the pandemic when we were not able to have what I call a face-to-face contact with the community, that there was still communication going on. We want that to continue. We also want everybody on an elected board to understand that they're all part of this and that their support, their interest in continuing that support means it goes on. I have one other axe to grind. I would like to see more kids involved in the education portion of it, to perhaps create or encourage them to create what I would call news programs to talk about the things that are of interest to them. I know that there have been several people up here who have talked about reporting on sports, but as we get more of the kids interested in, let's say, participating, they will understand what the bare bones of communications are. One of my granddaughters just finished UGA down in Georgia with a communications major, and there is that piece that was saying, well, what's a communication major? Because the traditional majors that I think all of us had more of a name like physics or math or engineering, but in our culture, communication is becoming the key to connectivity. You have the ability and I hope the continuing interest to support what I would call an important and essential part of the community for that connectivity. And I hope you'll continue to do that. I could give you many examples of what that means, but I know that in looking at the people who have been on my program, understand how important I believe that there's an educational piece, and I think a lot of people who have watched the programs that you've been on with me have understood that they can get an understanding of what you're trying to deliver to the community, and I think that's important, and I'd like you to continue with that, and I'd also like you to continue to support cable TV, public access TV, and educational TV. And so with that, I'll step away. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so that exhausts the list. Madam Chair, just from the public, I want to read.
Skip.
Oh, Skip has, okay, sorry.
Go ahead, read that, please. It's more
Wait.
important what I have to say.
All right, I just have four exhibits. We had written comments come in. I'm not going to read those. We're just going to read it into the record by name and exhibit number. So the first one will be Exhibit 3, a letter from Sally Bear, president of the Uptuxet Garden Club of Bourne. Exhibit 4 from Goya Dimmock, site manager, Museum at Uptuxet. We also have a letter from Amy Fish, who is a teacher at the Innovation Bourne High School. And lastly, Exhibit 6, Shauna Aflag, who is an educator for the town of Bourne. And so we will put these in with the record. And Mr. Barlow?
Thank you, Tony.
You're going to introduce yourself?
My name's Skip Barlow, and
Thank you.
I've been involved with cable for a long time. And the last time the contract was signed by the selectmen at the time, they went for 3%. All the surrounding towns get 5%, but the board at that time thought, we'll go with 3% because if we go with 5%, the rates will go up and people have to pay more money. So they went with 3%. That's what we run the studio on. That's what we get is 3%. All the surrounding towns get 5%. But lo and behold, as soon as they signed the contract, the rates went up anyway. We pay the same as everybody. We really need the 5%. We've gone the 10 years. We've really struggled. These people have made it work. They really have. There's nobody here that's sloughing off. They're all volunteers. These people aren't paid. Diane's the executive director. She gets paid, but nobody else gets paid. Nobody on the board of directors gets paid. We're all volunteers. We produce these mostly educational, environmental shows and community shows. And these guys do a tremendous job and a tremendous service to the town. And what your cable advisory group is telling you is that they're doing a good job, but we need more money. That's it. You know, and I really hope that this time you guys can ask for more money. I don't know if Comcast will give us any more money. All the surrounding towns get more money. Everybody else has got fiber optics. We don't have fiber optics either. They kind of stopped it right by my house. I don't know what I did, but they stopped it right there. You know, so I'm one of those guys who can't Zoom. You know, I can't Zoom from my house because it doesn't work. It works for everybody else, but I'm one of the ones with the guys with really old wires. They're really awful. But I'm still with the cable, and I'm proud to be with these people. And I'm proud to be on the board with them. These people are the salt of the town. They're telling you from their heart that they volunteer to provide good educational material and public access and government television for the community. And I thank them all. And thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thanks for your leadership.
So, go ahead.
Go ahead.
So that is the public comment at this point. We do have Mike Galla from Comcast who, Mike, if you can unmute yourself and if you just want to share a couple of words with the board, they would appreciate that. If you can unmute.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Perfect. Thank you for having me. My name is Mike Galla. I am the Senior Government Affairs Manager that covers South Shore, Cape, and the islands, and the South Coast for Comcast. and we'll be working alongside the committee and Bill August to have a very, successful license negotiation that I think we can get to a good agreement for both sides. Bill and I have done a lot of work in other communities, so we're very familiar with each other, and I think we'll have a really good negotiation session to get to something that both sides like and will be a benefit to Bourne and the community and the town. So looking forward to working with everybody, and thank you for me tonight.
Thank you. I would like to add in just a bit of a comment that it's wonderful having this service, and truly it's been amazing what the Bourne TV folks have been able to do. And I don't sit in front of my TV very often, but I do sit in front of my computer, and there are a lot of times that we can access things. And I think that bridges the different generations. If people don't necessarily have access to watching the cable TV or just watching TV, they can watch it at their own time. And I think that supporting that type of infrastructure is really important, especially as we try to have hybrid types of meetings too. So, thank you. Are there any other comments from the commenters?
Just a passing comment, if I may. Yeah, we have various entry points in the town of Bourne. Our window to the outside world, and we think of as you see entering Bourne, from a geographical point of view, that's one thing, and of course our schools, they seem to be the fabric of our community, and our website, that is another one of our windows. That's the way people see, and that's their initial impression of the town of Bourne. But increasingly, the cable station is what, it's not necessarily accessible to people from other communities, but it's certainly, this is the lifeblood, and it can be, if we do it right, it makes us look really good to not just our citizens, but it's certainly money well spent. And we certainly have to make sure that we're going in the right direction as far as budgeting, but it's time now, and I think you've seen the support, and we're hearing you. Right. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, so Madam Chair, you can
Take
close the
cue.
public hearing.
Thank you. Okay, so we have, I'd like to entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
Motion to close the public hearing.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Roll call vote. Peter?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
Mary Jane?
Yes.
Jerry?
Yes.
Judith? Yes, 500.
Great.
And
So just as a recap, so thank everybody for being here and speaking at this hearing. There's no vote at this point for the Board of Selectmen to take. Once the Cable Advisory Committee finalizes their ascertainment findings, the board will hear from them again, and the board would have the option to vote to adopt those findings, which we would then, have and use when we sit down with Comcast to do the negotiation. So, thank you.
very good.
That
Thank you.
Finishes this agenda item.
And I would like to thank you on behalf of Bourne TV. Thank you.
Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Skip.
Is your chair shrinking? It does.
Yeah.
Is 8J on?
Yes, they're on Zoom.
Okay. So agenda item 8J is Next Grid Public Entity Solar Project Presentation with discussion and possible vote for support.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just as a brief introduction before we get to the presentation, this is something we've been working on probably since the fall with NextGrid. If you recall, NextGrid was the company that bought a significant portion of the former aggregate LaRusso property just off of the Scenic Highway. The project tonight is not related to the former quarry. That's a different project that they're working on. But this is what we call a public entity project. It's under a new program by the state. It was something that really fit nicely in our portfolio as we look at our other sources of potential revenues, we did phase one of the SNAP grant looking at our resiliency and looking at resilience infrastructure projects. We are now in phase two of that, which is the important piece about how do you finance those resiliency and infrastructure projects. And so we started to work with NextGrid to package something together that kind of met a couple of different objectives for us. And so tonight we have Beth Greenblatt from Beacon, who is our energy consultant, and we also have attorney Lisa Mead, who is assisting us on the legal side related to solar and other energy type procurement contracts. So Beth, if you could just maybe take a minute, just introduce yourself, and then Lisa, and then we'll bring up the presentation for the board.
Good evening. Hi, I'm Beth Greenblatt from Beacon Integrated Solutions. Thank you for this opportunity to chat with you a little bit about this very interesting proposal that was put before Tony regarding a partnership opportunity that will result in some significant revenue to the town. My firm, Beacon Integrated Solutions, actually worked together with Tony in his prior life, so I am familiar with your town administrator and happy to be working with him again. We provide a variety of different energy consulting services, from renewable energy to energy efficiency and traditional commodity supply, and have been very active in this market for decades. So I'm pleased to be here. Thank you.
Hi, thank you, and Madam Chair and members of the board. It's great to be here. I'm Lisa Mead, and I'm a partner at Mead, Tallerman Costa. We provide general municipal town council services and special municipal council services. In this instance, I have a specialty in renewable energy and procurement, and have worked with Beth on a number of projects, and actually have worked with Tony in his prior role also on a number of projects, both as town council as well as the work related to energy management services. And so we're happy to be here. This is actually an exciting project. I like the opportunity to be creative, and Beth is one to be creative, and it's going to benefit the town if it's something that the town is interested in. So we're happy to go through the project with you all this evening.
Great. So, Madam Chair, we'll bring up the presentation on the screen, and then Beth has a piece. And then obviously Lisa will talk about some of the legal considerations related to town meeting votes, et cetera. So I'm going to share my screen here.
And I do believe that the presentation will be able to share on the town website later.
It was in the public packet too. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So that is available.
You're looking at it on the packet. Excellent. So, because people from home can't see it on the TV.
Oh, I can see that. Oh, I can see that.
Not be doing that. Not be doing that.
All right, is that up on your screen?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, great.
Terrific. So I'll start off with just giving you some background in NextGrid approached the town about a partnership opportunity whereby the town would take somewhat of a role in facilitating a large-scale solar array on the parcel of land Tony referenced earlier. The original offer they contemplated created some challenges, some risk, and was perhaps a much bigger bite at an apple than a municipality may want to take with regard to operations and more involvement in a solar project that it has no ownership involvement in. And so we sat down with NextGrid to identify alternative options that would help them achieve their goal. And so let's talk a little bit about why this is an opportunity for the town. The Commonwealth Solar Incentive Program, known as SMART, the Solar Massachusetts Renewable Target Program, is designed in such a way that it provides revenue to solar projects that meet certain criteria. There's a base compensation, and then stacked on top of that are added incentives to make certain types of projects more economically viable and attractive to owners of solar projects.
Public
The public sector adder, which is one of those components that gets layered on the base compensation, adds revenue to a solar project, and a project of the size that they're contemplating was significant. And so they approach Tony about an opportunity to either operate the project or potentially buy the generation from the project. Given the size of this project, have the appetite or capacity to buy all the generation from this solar project. So operating the project seemed to be a viable option to make this project a public sector project. But as I mentioned earlier, and certainly addressed, it created some challenges, some risk, and a long-term obligation for the town. So we looked at the alternative ways to achieve the goals of making this a public sector project. As you can see here, what classifies a project as a public sector project is if the project is sited on public property and is either owned or operated by the public entity, or the public entity buys 100% of the generation from the project. And that public entity can be multiple public entities, but it would have to be on public property. As you know, this particular asset is not proposed to be on public property, so it would fall into the second category, which is of solar projects sited on private land, and the asset is either operated or owned by a public entity, or 100% of the generation goes to the public entity in the community in which it's generated. Again, the town does not have the capacity to be able to absorb all of that solar generation. So we looked at this classification and determined, well, maybe there's a second opportunity here, and that opportunity may very well be for the public entity, the town of Bourne, to actually own the real property. Next slide, Tony. Next slide, Tony. So there are three areas, and I'll show you a graphic in a minute, but I just want to sort of lay out the foundation of these three areas that NextGrid has offered for consideration to the town. There's a very large area, which you'll see in a minute, which they're proposing to donate to the town. It's about 50 acres of land located across 3 legal parcels. And in year 25, the property would automatically revert back to NextGrid. So they're donating it for a 25-year period, after which it would revert back to their ownership. Then there's a second area, Area B, which they're proposing to donate to the town. It's about 4 acres, a 4-acre parcel that abuts Route 6 for use by the town as desired. No reversion back to the owner, to the current owner, which is NextGrid. They would donate it to the town, and the town could use it as it pleases. The last area, Area C, is a combination of 10 to 14 acres of land across several parcels. They would donate all of those parcels to the town and to be placed under a conservation restriction, to exchange open space for that big Area A solar array. For the solar array. So there's three areas. Area A, which is the large parcel for the array itself, that land would revert back to NextGrid. And Lisa will talk to you about all of those legal issues in a bit. Area B is a smaller parcel that they would donate to the town. It's across from the large parcel, and the town could use it as desired. And Area C, they would donate to the town to be put under a conservation restriction. Next slide. Next slide. So as you can see, the Area A parcel right in the middle. It's about 50 acres. The lower portion was originally contemplated, where I've indicated trees to remain, originally contemplated for solar development. But after conversations with the Cape Cod Commission, it was determined that they would scale back the array. It was anticipated to be 16 megawatts of capacity DC. It's now 13. And it's 10 megawatts of capacity AC. It's 5 megawatts of solar and 5 megawatts of battery storage. Parcel B, as you can see on the far lower right, is about 4 acres. And that is to be donated to the town in perpetuity for the town's ownership, for the town to use as it so chooses. And then at the top portion of the graphic, the 10 to 14 acres are parcels that would be donated to the town permanently with a conservation restriction placed on it as a replacement for some of the open space area that they're using for the solar array. As part of this relationship and in consideration for the donation of all these parcels, NextGrid is asking for the town to execute a long-term lease agreement for 25 years for the exclusive purpose for NextGrid to design, build, own, operate, and maintain a solar array on Area A parcels, and also to engage in a payment in lieu of tax agreement for the property tax obligation. So from a financial perspective, NextGrid has offered the following. An upfront cash payment of $500,000 paid once the solar arrays in commercial operations. An annual lease payment of just north of $75,000 a year for 25 years, which over the 25-year term grows to a little under $1.9 million. An annual pilot payment of $160,000 a year for 25 years for a total term payment value of $4 million. And then optionally, to the extent the town has additional appetite for energy credits from the array, they would sell those credits to the town with a guaranteed economic benefit up to the town of a penny per kilowatt hour. So guaranteed savings. And that benefit would be added to the town's existing energy credit agreements and would not impact those agreements in any way. So the total guaranteed benefits, excluding the above energy benefit, it's undetermined yet how much the town would actually be able to take. So without that energy benefit, the total term guaranteed benefits over 25 years is about $6.38 million. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Lisa for legal considerations.
Thank you, Beth. So as Beth mentioned earlier, this is authorized under the new regulations, the SMART regulations. And it is authorized because the unit would be located on property owned by the municipality. In this instance, that was the gift to the of those 50 acres. The town would not be required to purchase any of the solar generation, as Beth noted, but it could. The town would become the owner of the gift property, and I'll tell you how that happens. Next slide, please. So property A for the solar array would be gifted to the town, and it would be gifted in fee with a reversionary interest that would go back to NextGrid at the end of 25 years. And then the town and NextGrid would enter into a 25-year lease. The lease would include the terms that you might expect: rent, taxes, insurance, indemnification, those natures. And then NextGrid would pay the real and personal property taxes via the pilot that Beth talked about. Area B would be donated to the town in fee for general municipal use as the town desired. And Area C would be donated to the Conservation Commission for the purpose of conservation, restriction and conservation purposes. Next slide, please. So how do we get this done? We get this done because we would go to town meeting and the town could accept the gift of the deed of the fee interest with the reversionary interest back to the NextGrid. That's why it would require a 2/3 vote. You'd want the vote to reflect the fact that the town would then be conveying back to NextGrid at the end of the 25 years the land. And so you'd have to have a 2/3 vote as opposed to a typical gift of land, which would be a simple majority vote. Area A the town and Next Grid would enter into a 25-year lease. That would also require a simple majority vote of town meeting. And Area B, property donated to the town in fee, would require a simple majority vote of the town meeting. That's the portion that would be for general municipal purposes. And the next slide. Area C would be a gift to the Conservation Commission, and that would only require the Selectmen and the Conservation Commission to vote under Chapter 44.8C, I think it is. It does not require a town meeting vote to accept a gift for the Conservation Commission, but merely the Board of Selectmen and the Conservation Commission. And then Area A, the pilot agreement is a 20-year agreement or more under the new regulations that were recently passed, the new statute that was recently passed in January. That would not need town meeting approval. That actually can be approved by the authorized officer now, and does no longer needs a town meeting approval. So you can do 20 years or more on a pilot agreement with the authorized officer executing that agreement. And I'm going to turn it back to you, Beth.
Thanks, Lisa. So, with the Board of Selectmen approval, the town would engage, in terms of next steps, the town would engage in the letter of intent with Next Grid. The letter would be to accept the donation of land with the reverter provision, lease the land to Next Grid for consideration, and enter into a pilot, all subject to a town meeting approval in November 2021. The town would agree to support Next Grid's permitting activities with the Cape Cod Commission and local boards, and to support Next Grid's applications for interconnection to Eversource's distribution system and for the SMART program incentives. This LOI, letter of intent, would allow Next Grid to demonstrate to the various stakeholders who review qualifications and SMART and interconnection and other permitting activities to acknowledge the anticipated arrangement that is pending town meeting approval. So with that, any questions?
So I know that was a lot. We've obviously been working on this for a while, but these are the unique types of programs the state is coming out with to help reach the renewable energy goals that the state has. This project's in our solar overlay district. And again, it meets a lot of, our efforts in terms of not only being, sort of, proponents of green energy, but at the same time looking for ways to provide recurring sources of revenue for us to achieve other, aspects of our goals, related to our, strategic plan. These type of things, this particular one, because we have other public entities in the town of Bourne, I would, just in fairness, that there may be other folks in town that might be interested in partnering with Next Grid. So, I mean, this is an opportunity for us, but could be lost if one of them decides to perhaps engage with them. So, they're giving us the first bite at the apple, if you will, time on looking at the financial aspects, particularly the legal aspects on how all this actually happens. That's why the first proposal that they had that had us being the owner operator was like, no, that's not our, we're not in the business of running solar arrays. And so that's why we took a step back and came up with this other option with them that would provide us, really risk-free type of a benefit to, capture potentially $6 million over the next, 25 years. So obviously, always subject to town meeting approval and votes.
There. Questions, comments from the board?
Yes.
Peter?
Yeah. On item C, which is the 10 to 14 acres of conservation land, how restrictive can we, are they going to be looking for that? And the reason why I say that is there are people looking for trails and recreational trails in town in order to be created, similar to what we see up at Forges Field up in Plymouth with some recreational component, athletic component. And I'm just wondering, because there is a huge need for that in town, if we would work with the Conservation Commission, if we could see if we can get some of those recreational uses within conservation, within the
Right.
conservation restriction.
Yeah, Lisa, I don't know if you could hear Mr. Meyer's comments, but I think it would, be related to, what type of activities are allowed, within the conservation restriction, for passive and active. I don't know if you want to comment on that, if you heard his comment.
Sure, I did. Thank you, Tony. I did. And that's all in negotiation with the Conservation Commission. None of that would be prohibited at all under conservation land. So that would be something that you would want to talk to the Conservation Commission about, but you can absolutely have active recreational uses within conservation land.
Just because of where that location is, it could be a great use for that, for the town.
Right. One of the things I'll mention real quick before, if any of the board members have questions, in your packet tonight, when we get to correspondence, there's a letter from the Buzzards Bay Water District related to a letter they got from Mass DEP about mitigation, as we're looking to, increase our water withdrawal permit. That letter, they're looking for very specific actions, both that the water district and the town either has taken or is going to take to help preserve areas of land for development. And so some of the open space that would come with this proposal would fit in nicely with that, but also that area over there, I believe some of that is in the Zone 2 recharge area for one of their primary wells, which again could be a big credit for us in terms of securing that permit. So that's just another sort of one of those tangential benefits you can sometimes get on a project. It doesn't seem totally related to water, but there is a benefit there.
Sure.
Just based on where we stand in that effort right now.
Mary Jane?
Okay.
Flipping ahead here.
So I think it sounds really great. I think it sounds really, yeah, you want me to speak up? Because I think it sounds really great, yeah. I think the concept is really good. I'm into financial analysis, as we all know, so 6.3 million over 25 years is $255,000 a year. So have you done financial analysis if we went a different route? I mean, are they saving money or are we saving money when we do this deal? Some of that analysis I'd really like to see. I think that the devil would kind of be in the details here, and it's a long way to town meeting vote. So what I would like to see preliminarily, because this is just a PowerPoint, and what I would like to see is a draft of the letter of intent, so that the board can see the draft letter of intent and have it in our hands so that we could review it and then, approve the draft letter of intent. I would like to see that that's what we direct tonight, that the town administrator draft a letter of intent and bring it back to the board for review and approval.
Okay. Lisa and Beth, did you hear Selectwoman Mastrangelo?
I think that that was actually what I was going to suggest. If the board is inclined, through the chair and the town manager, we could set up a framework for a draft letter of intent, and Beth could provide those numbers that you're talking about. That way you would have something of more substance in your hand. As they say, the devil is in the details, and then you would be able to consider that for sure.
I think that'd be an awesome next step.
So we want to make it a motion?
I will make that motion.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. I move to support the public entity solar project proposed by NextGrid and direct the town administrator to prepare a draft letter of intent to NextGrid for review and approval by the Board of Selectmen.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you. Discussion by the board? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstain. 500.
Great. Thank you very much. We appreciate Attorney Mead and Beth for being here. And Lisa, thank your other hearing for indulging us as we went through the other things. I know you got to run to that next hearing, so thank you for hanging in there.
Appreciate it. Thank you. All right. Thanks so much. Take care, everyone.
Thank you. We'll be in touch.
Okey-doke. Bye-bye.
All right, now we move on to Selectmen's business. 9A is appointment with Special Counsel James B. Lamke to discuss advising the town on procedures, policies, and roles of the boards, committees, officials, and employees or other related topics. So I would like to give a little bit of background here. As a refresher, before the election, there had been some, public comments and allegations made. The board voted to hire special counsel and an investigator. As chair, I was given the authority to and the responsibility to find resources outside of Bourne. In the process, I divided the tasks at hand. One was to find an investigator, which I did. The other was to identify special counsel, which I did. During the process, it became apparent that an investigation, formal investigation, would not conclude prior to the election. It also became apparent that the best practices would be to arrange for training as the board moved forward beyond the election to establish best and clear practices. We voted to support a letter of engagement with attorney James B. Lamke as special counsel for this purpose. At a future meeting, the board might want to vote to rescind the investigation vote, that aspect of that vote. But tonight, Attorney Lamke is here to discuss the options for advising the town on procedures, policies, and roles of boards, committees, and officials and employees of other related topics. And so I do reiterate, it has nothing to do with an investigation, and it has everything to do with clear and agreed upon practices for the select board as we listen and focus in our work for the betterment of Bourne through supporting our town administrator in his work. Our success is built upon agreed upon framework. It is important to set up before moving forward. So I'd like to introduce Attorney Lamke.
Yes, good evening.
Thank you.
I'm Jim Lamke. Thank you very much for inviting me to come down. You do?
Yes, yeah.
We met several years
Yes,
ago.
yes.
Hi.
Knock that over.
Congratulations on your election.
Thank you.
To the board.
Hey, Jim. Yeah, good to see you.
And then if you would please speak from the microphone, that would be excellent.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you again for the opportunity to be here. I've had several conversations with Chairperson Froman regarding what it is that I can perhaps provide of assistance to your community. And I've had a lot of experience in municipal government. I've spent my entire professional career working in municipal government for various municipalities or local governmental entities. I don't profess to have all the answers or all the solutions, but I have dealt with situations where boards sometimes need some opportunity to review their policies and procedures, discuss what changes they may want to make, what changes they should make, perhaps. We discussed having training on how to conduct hearings, which is an important part of what the board does. And comes down to what is it that you would like me to do to perhaps assist the board in going forward. It can be something that's tailored just to the board, or it could be, for example, hearing training for all municipal boards in Bourne that conduct some type of a hearing. You have conservation, you have zoning, you have planning board, other entities in the community. There's some guidelines that can be used to make hearings more efficient, which works for everyone's benefit. And periodically, it's a good idea to review your policies and procedures. I did have the opportunity to review the policies and procedures that the board adopted, Board of Selectmen rules. It was last addressed in 2018, so it's not that many years ago, but sometimes when there's a new board that's taking office, it's a good opportunity to go through it and discuss how different things work and what changes you may want to have, and suggesting language. I don't want to talk myself out of an assignment, but sometimes that is something that the board itself can do without outside consultants coming in. But sometimes it's easier to have familiarity breeds contempt, I think is the expression. And sometimes the fact that everyone is familiar with one another, they may not feel comfortable with addressing certain things. So sometimes having a third party, someone from the outside come in, can help to get everyone moving forward. I know there were some, what I'll describe as some bumps within the last couple of months, but I think everyone has moved forward from that, and I think that everyone wants to work cooperatively and collaboratively together going forward. So I'm here to see what I can do to assist you.
Thank you. So I do open this up to the board to offer requests, ideas, input. Give a moment.
Yeah.
We have been talking about having a retreat coming up. And I think that a number of the things like rules of procedure and you know, that could be a possibility of something that could be facilitated during that time. Also, you know, the different types of, you know, what are the relationships? You know, what's the interrelationship between, you know, a board and administration, and just kind of understanding that type of interaction, I think is something that I would like to see, having some attention in a retreat type of situation. So maybe by me saying that, it'll trigger other people to offer suggestions.
I'll just make
George?
a couple comments. You know, we're without a human resources manager at this point, and you know, this could be an opportune time while we're you know, we're always transitioning, and it's always good to have a you know, I agree that, you know, I'd love to have a consultant here all the time. We can't always afford that, but it's you know, it'd be good to be able to tap into the MMA resources that I think you have you know, closer link to. I mean, we can see it on the web, but I mean, I think you would be able to interpret that better for us, possibly, if that if we have an agreeable scope that we could move forward with. But it's just, you know, I wouldn't want to say engaging him is not necessary, because I think you know, we're always in learning mode, and I think if we can benefit from this, I would be willing to move forward with some sort of scope that we could all agree upon. I don't want to just, you know, grab at something, because there are things like where we're going through the final steps of a review for our you know, the charter review, and it would be good to drag us over the finish line with that, because I think there are, you know, I think the committee's done a very good job. But I haven't seen the product yet, and I don't know if there's any other things that should be brought to their attention that might benefit the town in the long run if we have that, because we have this opportunity. This is the time. We're on our 5th year. It's the time to make that change if we have to. It would be an opportune time to make that change. But if an outside source could see something that we're not seeing, that would be beneficial. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you wanting to speak? I can't tell.
No, I'm actually going to pull the charter up in a second, because my question is this. Since we are looking into legal services, is Bob Troy aware that we are and have an input in this in this process?
He is aware. I have spoken with him, and I'm not sure if Attorney Lamke has. Yeah, he is tied into it, and you know, part of it is that, you know, the interactions and being able to have a fresh set of eyes from outside of Bourne, and outside of the players, and just kind of, it's just like having somebody new on the board. It's like, okay, here's a different, fresh perspective. Here are what are the things that we've missed? What haven't we missed? Where are we spot on? What are some things that are suggestions?
No, but it's just that town council represents the community. Town council, reviews or all what special counsel does, because I'm just wondering if I would possibly breach a contract with Bob Troy if he's not involved in this process from beginning to end, because he is town council, and he is responsible for any and all legal services, and this is a proposal from an attorney. So I just want to make sure that we're not going down that road of violating his contract, to make sure that he's involved in this process. He may say he give his blessing and everything else.
Yeah, I mean, he did. So.
I'm not intending that I would be performing town council services. You're very capably represented by Bob Troy, and I understand you are looking at other town council services as well. That's not seeking to involve myself in. And sometimes, you might want to ask each of you yourselves, what is it that you would like to see done that you think may make the meetings or may make the workings more effective? Perhaps you're satisfied with everything, but sometimes engaging in a discussion of even if it's not something that you ultimately adopt, but you bring up some ideas, or some ideas are presented that you may be worthwhile to consider, or at least think about as to whether or not they would improve things. And I'm not saying things need to be improved. I mean, I've watched your meeting. I was outside watching part of it also. Seem to be doing a very good job. And hopefully that, will continue smoothly. That the goal is to, sometimes take a fresh look at what needs to be done to make things more effective, if something needs to be more effective in terms of meetings, hearings. Sometimes, it's beginning the discussion, one thing leads to the other and may lead to an improvement. So I don't know if there are specific things that you have that you think maybe you could be doing differently or want to consider doing differently.
I have no problem with a refresher. It's, I guess, what I call it.
Yeah.
I mean, I have no problem with that. I mean, I'm doing this in one capacity or another for almost 30 years.
Yeah.
And things have changed over that time, so it doesn't bother me, if we were to go through what's proposed, and let's go from there.
Thanks, George.
I just had a quick question.
Sorry, I
as
haven't
to,
looked over this way.
yeah.
Okay.
The what budget would this would these services hit? I mean, it wouldn't necessarily be the legal budget anyway, right? I mean, I know you're an attorney, but that does not necessarily, if we're engaging somebody.
Well, I mean, under the fee agreement, was hired as special counsel, so I mean, that's would be typically part of the legal budget, but it could go into consultants or.
That's right. It would
or
be
something
typical.
else, but yeah.
Understood.
But it was hired as special counsel, which all special counsels have been, fall under the legal budget, but obviously we can change that. I mean, you just have to allocate where it's coming from.
Thank you.
Okay.
So, obviously, I'm new to the board, and thought about not speaking because it all started with me, I guess. So, one of the things that's bothered me through this whole thing is that there hasn't been a definition of the problem. So, if the Board of Selectmen were to say, well, we think we have a problem communicating between ourselves, then you could say, okay, how could we solve that problem? If the Board of Selectmen said, well, I think we have a problem communicating with the Finance Committee, then we could talk about that problem. We could bring the Finance Committee into it. I think in my perspective, over the last couple of years, the relationship between the Finance Committee and the Board of Selectmen changed a bit, and the roles, communication became a little bit more difficult. So that's not really something that the Board of Selectmen can solve in itself without talking to the Finance Committee. So I think for me, defining exactly what are we trying to accomplish, and then to say, what are we trying to accomplish, and what's the budget? Well, how much are we going to spend on accomplishing this, and what's the best way to do it? And so that's, I mean, in a way, it's good to have you come so that we can say, well, what is it we can hire you to do? I think it is something. I'm going to say that there was a time where after every town meeting, the Board of Selectmen and the Finance Committee would meet, and we would have a kind of a rehash of the process, and we'd say, you know, how did it go? How did we communicate? What could we have done better? How did the town meeting go? And that was really productive. It was the town meeting debrief with the town clerk and the moderator and the Board of Selectmen and the Finance Committee. We haven't done that in a couple of years. And so when you stop having that kind of communication, where you sit down and talk to each other, sometimes, you know, it's like family, you know? Because we are family, you know, we're like this family that loves Bourne, and we do what we can to make Bourne better. So that's all I have to say. You know, I think it's always great to have discussions about how we can do things better. I think we just have to be able to hone down the discussion of what we are trying to accomplish.
I do agree. And that, you know, that's a major reason why we're having the conversation, is that there are some things. Go ahead, Jim.
Sometimes it's not how can we do things better, because maybe you're doing things good enough that there isn't a better. But sometimes just reviewing things, like reviewing your policies and procedures, the interaction between the board, staff, amongst each other, et cetera, just is like a good refresher. I'm not saying, you know, I've been involved in municipal government a long time. I'm not looking to foster onto you something that may not be necessary. We had some, I thought, very good discussions, the chairperson and I, that I think resolved some potential issues well, and it's something that could be generating more discussion as to how to improve things. You know, just going through your policies and procedures, being sure that everyone is on board with them, and recognizing that, well, maybe there's some changes. And for example, not a big issue, but I noticed in a couple of places, you know, you make reference to Robert's Rules of Order, and I don't know how often this has come up as an issue with your board or any other town board. But I always explain that Robert's Rules of Order is not really, in my opinion, geared for governmental operations. It's geared for the sports league, the church council, some voluntary organization, and it's a very effective guide. But sometimes municipal bodies get bogged down in procedural issues over Robert's Rules of Order, and that gets to be the issue on the matter rather than what the subject matter is. So sometimes I oftentimes suggest not having Robert's Rules of Order as the guide for your parliamentary procedure for your meetings. There's other guides that are more geared towards governmental entities that aren't as tricky, so to speak, as Robert's Rules, and aren't as involved as Robert's Rules. You have some provisions in the policies and procedures about the lines of communication. You know, maybe that needs to be looked at and changed, or maybe it just needs to be reinforced. Just talking about it sometimes reinforces things.
Thank you. I think that having someone, you know, we're all about, okay, we got to get this done, we got to get that done, and I think that the framework is necessary for being as productive as we can possibly be. And so I think that with the, the framework being someone possibly helping us, facilitate the discussion about about the rules of procedure and what included in other places, and we want to just keep moving forward. We want solar this, and we want all these tangible things, but I feel very strongly that it is helpful to have a solid understanding of what are all these different relationships, and how do the policies work together, and how do we conduct ourselves, and having someone who has had a wide range of experience outside of Bourne. I personally think it would be tremendously helpful to have that conversation with someone who, like yourself, who can facilitate that conversation. I had the tormenting task a number of years ago of the reviewing the rules of procedure. And yeah, so it took a couple years to get someone else to even work with me on it. And then we decided to break it down into smaller bites. And so we did smaller bites. But that doesn't, I think there's a lot more importance to the rules of procedure and some of those foundational, what role do people have, and how do you connect, appropriately, and what's the line of communication? And I think I think it would be very healthy for us to be able to have those conversations. So,
I'll just make one statement, not to move ahead to item 9B, our retreat, but I'm wondering if this would be a good retreat item, because I think for Attorney Lamke, it would be only fair to Jim, for us to know what our desired outcome is, excuse me. And we would have to have that, a good discussion on that. It's been brought up before, but I think we really would want a better idea of what we want for, deliverables and the outcome. And it's only fair to us and anybody we engage with. And I think we have to do a little bit more homework, because this is kind of evolving, as you mentioned.
Right.
This is taken on a whole different complexion. But anyway, that's what I would be in favor of. And my original question was are we planning on this retreat soon? Is that to be discussed, or is that going to be another involved conversation?
it is to be discussed, and it'll be up to the new chair
All right,
to
okay.
move that forward. I think, that it would be good for us to be able to have it sooner versus later, because it just kind of gives a foundation of, how we can move forward as a unit. So I'd like to say.
Yeah, but think of it in two ways. Yes, a retreat for purposes of this discussion, but also we gotta have our goals, we have our goals done within the next 30 days. And last year when we did the goals, we did it through the strategic plan as a way of implementing it. And if we wanna try to get them both done the next month, I think it's gonna be very aggressive. So, I mean, or with the goals, we'll take a different perspective with that in order to get something out within 30 days. But to have the strategic plan that we talk about maybe after that. But I guess with the charter, we are responsible to have something within July 1st, meaning the goals part of it. And so, and then I know like I said, we did it last year as part of the retreat. So I just want to make sure that, it's, if we're gonna do both, can we do both within 30 days or?
I think that it is absolutely ambitious, and, I know that the charter is being reviewed. I know that up until a couple of years ago, we weren't even meeting that
I
goal.
know.
So I'm not terribly threatened by if we don't have, set lockdown goals by, what was it, July 1st?
Yeah.
I mean, it's just unreasonable. I think it is.
That's
And
part of
so
it.
I think that having I think that having, establishing ways that we can work together as a team is probably critical to even getting to the point of looking at the, talking about the goals.
Sure.
But I don't think that, you know me, I don't like to kick things down the road too far anyway, so.
No, but I'm just trying to think in my
Yeah.
head, just schedule-wise, what we can do, and
Yep.
MJ's looking.
Well, the purpose of the charter saying that the goals will be done by July 1st is it is a mechanism for giving direction to the town administrator so that as we give our direction to him on what he should be working with, so that when we evaluate, usually it was in May, that he would have had the time to accomplish what we were evaluating him on.
Right.
And so that could be accomplished in different ways, and the evaluation has been done on a little bit different timeline as well. So, I mean, we could suggest to the Charter Review Committee that the goals be set, to give the town administrator, adequate time to meet them, which is the idea. So,
Yes.
and that can be done in a number of ways. I mean, you could say to Tony, like, what are the initiatives that, and you and I have talked about this. There are board goals and there are town administrator goals. So if you were going to talk to, say, what is the town administrator goals for this year, maybe the best thing to do is say to the town administrator, what is it you feel is really important to accomplish within the strategic plan? And then that's not a lot of work for us. It's
Right.
him telling us, and it's really us then working in conjunction with the town administrator to have mutual goals, which is the best way for it to
Right.
work.
And that's exactly what the whole concept behind having the strategic plan and getting in that direction of, passing it, getting the goals and the steps and the timing as feedback from staff, who are doing the work instead of us sitting here all in a row.
If I can just say one thing, one of the things that concerns me, that there also needs to be incorporation of what's important to the board. I mean, I could say my most important thing is like an HR person, and I want that person yesterday, and, but if you don't put it down, if you don't get the goals down, if it doesn't get written down, then it doesn't get done, and it just fades away. And I can give a lot of examples, things that, just sort of drift, and then they never get accomplished. So I think it's a really good conversation to have. I think you could have some goal discussion and some how do we work together as a board discussion, and both are good topics for a retreat. You just have to be able to put the time aside to be able to do it and not make a mountain or out of a molehill for either one of them.
Yeah, I agree. So, do you have any thoughts from listening to us?
Well, I think the important thing is that the discussion has started, which is always good. Sometimes it's hard to break the ice and start discussing things, but you seem to be doing that. One thing I would say is, I don't know if you're familiar, and Mr. Slade mentioned the MMA, they have a very helpful Selectmen's Guidebook that underwent a revision a few years ago. I was part of the team that, I don't work for the MMA, but I do a lot of things with them. I was part of the group of lawyers and other people who edited and updated the Selectmen's Guide. Now I think it's available electronically, so that may answer some of the issues or help with some of the discussion about what are the different boards in the town do, and what are the roles of the selectmen, for example, the roles of the finance committee, roles of the town manager or town administrator, different departments in the town. It's aside from pride of authorship or co-authorship, it's a very helpful guide for boards, and it's a good refresher course for people to review it and see what different things that different boards are supposed to do. I can suggest that you maybe think about things that you feel that need to be discussed, even if it's not like something that's in dispute, but something that you want to discuss. You can put that on a list and you can discuss it. I'm happy to try to facilitate the discussion with it, but it's not necessary all the time. And you know, if you feel that you can do it without me, that's fine too. As I say, I'm not looking to impose myself on you. There were some issues, we talked them through, and I'm happy to try to help to keep the board and keep the town moving forward in that regard. So if you're going to have a retreat, you could, at the retreat, be talking about, well, what do we think we need to have refresher courses on? Do we need to have someone come and speak on the open meeting law? Some of the issues about complying with the open meeting law, even though we've all been dealing with it for several years now, there's always issues that come up. If any of you attend MMA meetings, you know that the open meeting law is one of the subjects that generates a lot of questions, and you'd think that every question has been asked and answered already, but new questions come up all the time. Mm-hmm. So some refresher courses on that, public records, conflict of interest, things of that nature, how to run a hearing. That's what I do, you know, quite a bit, is advising boards on hearings and doing training on how to conduct we call it how to conduct an error-free hearing, like a presentation that some of us have put together that's very helpful to boards. And so, you know, if you want to think about it, get back to me if I can be of assistance. You want to wait till you retreat and talk about what things you may want and get back to me after the retreat, that's fine. If you want me to participate in the retreat, that's fine.
Yeah.
I'm a local government junkie is what it is.
So I didn't
Like
have
we all
any
are.
fun talking to it.
Whatever I can do to.
Yeah, well, I think that, you know, obviously, we had to put it out for, you know, general conversation and just to kind of get in a general direction of what we're looking at. I think it would be helpful for all of us to, you know, jot down what we think would be helpful in a retreat type of thing. You know, I think it's also important that the town administrator and assistant town administrator also participate in that conversation, you know, just because we all are so dependent on each other to work together, and you know, the complexities of administration are huge. They're huge. And so it's like, okay, they're like, you're always triaging and always trying to figure out, okay, what are the highest priorities? What are the types of things? How do we pace ourselves? And you know, I think that we need to have a solid understanding and relationship of, okay, how does this all work? And so I would encourage us to, you know, come up with our lists and to look at our calendars and see when we might be interested and available for an all-day type of retreat. I don't know, you know, how. I know in the past, I think it was a weekday we took one time. I think I took a vacation day to do this. And you know, so that's a possibility too, if people don't want to be tying up, you know, weekends and that type of thing. I can't remember. I was also on the school committee, so I can't remember which type of retreat that was. But I think that it is, you know, we always did it with the school committee, and it was really hugely helpful to get going.
For the month of June, or are we looking at July?
Well, it's June 1st. We have a whole month opportunity ahead of us.
That's why I'm just asking a question.
Yeah. How about we look at our calendars? I mean, we don't have to do this now. We can circle back and, you know, throw some ideas about, you know, send it, I don't know, I guess you can't really send them to the town administrator, you know, some dates that are absolutely off the books. And the ones that are on the books, be very clear which is which. It's really easy to, you know, half of us will go and we'll list a list, and those will be actually the dates that aren't available. So it's like, be very clear about, you know, what those dates might be.
We have a 5 Tuesday month this month too, don't we?
Yeah.
And I'm just wondering if that gives us an extra week to actually have a week off, but also plan. Are we having a meeting next week? Does anybody know?
So it's our next agenda topic.
Okay.
No.
All right. Okay, so anyway, but we do have the luxury of having an additional Tuesday in order to get this, these decisions made as a group. Just pointing
All
that
right.
out.
So our action item is to look at your calendar for the month of June. Identify, are we open to weekdays?
I am, but
Is anybody not open to weekdays? I need a day off.
Yeah.
You open to weekdays?
Yeah, it's fine, I just have to know the day.
Yes, so
I can
if,
figure it out.
if you look at your calendars, please send an email to Tony
All
that
right.
lists the specific days you cannot meet. Cannot. 4 minutes.
All right.
And
17th.
what's your preference on how to move forward with topics? Shall we also do a dump of topics?
Now, or you mean as far as sending the email to Tony on what those topics are?
That's my question, sorry, yeah.
I think we should digest it a little
think
bit and then send a list to Tony.
For topics for,
For a retreat,
okay.
like what we were just talking about, like some of the
Yeah.
ideas of things that we might want to have as facilitated.
Okay.
Is that something you're not following, or?
No, I'm
Would you
following,
concur?
it's just a really broad topic.
It is really broad, it is.
And so it's, it's okay.
But by us going through the exercise of thinking through what are the things that are most important to us as individuals, as we look at our board and administration and how we move forward, each one of us might bring forward different things, and then at least it gives us a starting point.
Well, we'll just send our list to Tony, and then we'll reevaluate afterwards and see if we want to go forward after that. Because we're not going to know till everybody submits them to see if that's the direction the board wants to go.
And then we can deliberate again.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
So, thank you very much. If any of you have any questions, feel free to give me a call, and I will wait to hear further from the town as to what role, if any, I can play in helping you to continue doing your good work.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for your first in-person town meeting.
I have to tell you, this is the first in-person board meeting that I've gone to since March of 2020, so this is a special occasion.
Yeah.
Is for us too.
And nice work on the Selectmen handbook, it's very well done. Even though Denise Baker told me that AFTC one's better.
Okay, good evening.
Bye, thank you.
Take care.
All right, so 9B, we just talked about, we're gonna send dates that we cannot participate. And then.
This is in the month of June, right? That's what you said?
Yes.
Purely selfish reasons, I go on vacation in early July, so I would appreciate June. Purely selfish, I'll say right now.
Well, I mean, if we can fit it into June, I think it'd be a great idea to move forward that way. So anyways, we'll send those forward. The next agenda topic is 9C, which is the discussion and possible vote regarding the review process for town council. And I just want to say that, the process for interviewing town council prospects, we had talked about doing it for next week. And as you can tell, that was way too ambitious of a time frame from what we had initially mapped out. So, this is a huge, huge responsibility, and we have to make it a, solid discussion and interview and just kind of relook at that schedule. So, thinking about, we thought originally that the candidates could come next week, but, so it's really pushing the agenda too fast. So, we have submitted to Tony, who's circulated with us, the first glance blink version of, you know, what we thought about the candidates. So we don't have to make any decisions about this evening. And Tony, so we're on 9C. We don't have to make any decisions about that this evening. We can put it on a future agenda.
Discussion, you know, just.
Sure, feel free to discuss.
In the process of going through this process and reading everything, what came to me is the fact that our present town council, the way this RFQ was designed, was never given the opportunity to apply, because if he applied, then he, you know, he could have possibly violated something else in the process of doing it. And so, in my, you know, I went ahead, did the ratings, but I think at this point,
That on, yeah.
Turned off.
turned off,
Excuse me.
and I'm waiting to use. I think at this point, I'm sorry, I think at this point, since the next item is going to be extending out Robert Troy, that I think at this point.
So we want to.
No meeting should go longer than 3 hours, that's your list.
I wonder at this point if it's prudent just to scrap the process and start and extend Bob Troy and then come back in the fall with a different process of what we're actually looking for, because basically with the RFQ, they told us what they would provide to us, when it should be reverse of what we want in our town council. What we want that attorney, we want that attorney to do X. And so I wonder if it's worth discussion about scrapping the process at this point. And because especially if AD and we extend out Bob Troy and it goes for 6 months, we're gonna have time anyways.
Well, I mean, my response would be that time, it will take some time to invest in being able to have a, you know, come up with a solid process. So we have to start now. Or actually, we started back in March or something like that. And so, you know, the RFQ does have, you know, the things that we talked about that we were looking for in town council. And so I feel like, you know, there's not necessarily a need to reinvent that, but you know, we do have it on the agenda to have town council, our current town council, his contract with us, you know, for a period of time. So it was determined, you know, that we wanted to see what other types of things, options are available.
And then within that process, I feel that I'm happy with what we have at this time. And I think that with the position that we're in town right now with various issues, it's not prudent to go in that direction. That I think it's best that we stay with who we have. That's just my opinion. I'm just one person.
Any other comments? Jared?
Yeah, I disagree with Peter. There's a lot more out there. Things can become stagnant in any position, and I think it's important that we go through the process and look to see what's out there, and that's part of the reason the RFQ was written that way. Was there are other things that we may not get provided, or they may be provided in a better way or a different way, and that's the whole idea of getting these responses from these law firms, is for us to be able to see what else is out there. Maybe we're not getting everything that we should be. Maybe it's just the same old over and over and over again.
George?
Yeah, I'd be willing to do a hybrid of the two recommendations. Actually, not necessarily toss out all these RFQs, but I would like to discuss them further, but I would like to first give us the breathing space that we really need. And I don't think we can do this in less than the 6 months that we're talking about. And I would be in favor of extending Attorney Troy's contract at least till December 18th. I think that was what he suggested. And that would put us, it's kicking the can, of course, down the road, but I think there is an opportunity for us to look at what was given to us, which was a fair amount of information, and I got a lot out of it. However, back to what Peter was mentioning, I would like to compare what these, and somehow discern what the deliverables are here compared to what Attorney Troy gives us. And we may think that there's greener grass somewhere, but I still, would like to review this perhaps in executive session. I think that might be to our benefit, because some of this stuff is, sensitive issues, and there are certain investments that we've made and Troy's made in the town, looking at some pretty involved cases, and I think we have to consider that. I think, if he were really underperforming or overcharging, or something was really going wrong here, I think, in 6 months, we could certainly find another attorney situation. But I think I would like to, first of all, extend his contract to that December 18th, and then retrench and make sure that we're making the right decision, because this is a heavy-duty decision, and I don't want to treat it lightly at all.
Maybe scrapping is the wrong word, but slow down, and then really.
That's a big difference.
Yeah.
I hate to tell you, it's a big difference. It's scrapping, slow down. Oh, Mary Jane.
So I was going to say that I didn't think we should take any action on these tonight, the proposals. So my work for 40 years has been as an executive recruiter and headhunter. There's a big difference between having people give you proposals that are looking for work and going out and finding people who are not really looking for work. And what you get is different. So when you go out for an RFQ, and you don't have to use an RFQ for the legal process because it's exempt. It's exempt from 30B, and we used kind of a quasi 30B. So we got proposals from a lot of firms that do RFPs. I mean, you could see they have these RFPs. They're just turn them right out. So, and when you do an RFP like this, they choose the lead attorney. They choose who's going to work with you, instead of you choosing which firm might be what you want to do, which firm has the right people. And I have cautions about using these big firms. I mean, you might like the lead attorney, and then you end up with a specialist. Yes, they have a specialist on staff, but it might not be the best specialist. And I think Attorney Troy has done an excellent job for us over the years. I mean, his record of cases and what he's been able to do for this town is exemplary. And having a process where we could have a conversation with him as well as people that we've gone out to look with, to me would be a better process. And so I'm not in any hurry. I mean, there were some proposals from good law firms. I'm just, if I look at it and say, do I feel that we'd get better legal services for the town of Bourne? I can't answer that. I feel confident that that would happen. So I think taking the next step requires a lot of discussion with any of these firms, even to talk about I think the next step is talking about what we liked about the process and what we didn't like about the process, and evaluating the process and finding out how we feel, and then to decide where to go. I think 6 months, Troy would allow us to step back and have our conversation,
Right.
which we're
Right.
going to be good at, having conversations. So that's my feeling.
Yeah.
George?
Madam Chair, along those lines, the town administrator gave us a matrix that we asked for, and that's basically what we wanted. And that was very helpful, at least getting us to the first level of the information that we want to delve into. But I also was in the process of preparing a fairly lengthy, the subjective end of this. In other words, being objective is great, and that certainly helped, but I had a lot of trouble discerning the difference between which firm would better serve the town of Bourne, which is actually, that's what we want to know, and who are the backups. We did this a lot when we were dealing with environmental partners. I think we went into, they did a lot of homework getting to know the town of Bourne, and that was evident.
We need like a staggered.
So
I don't know.
basically, yeah, I was prepared, this is the conversation that we should have down the road. If we really would like to at least look and see what's out there and what we were given, I would like to make a comparison with what we would lose if we were to lose Attorney Troy's services or have to go elsewhere. And that may not be easy to you can't quantify it, but you can certainly have that discussion, and everybody has a different comfort level because some people have been here a lot longer than other people and experienced things that go wrong. But I think that would be a useful session, not necessarily the retreat session, but certainly an executive session to really delve into this. And so we're really, I know we've done this before, but I think it really deserves another look and see, because I would really be concerned what we would possibly be losing. And I want to be sure that we're, doing the right thing. Thank you.
Well, and everybody knows on my little scores, I gave everybody the same score, because you can't
Except for
really
one.
tell, except for
Yeah.
one. I was like, didn't try hard enough. So, I mean, in general, I think that we can, does everyone feel comfortable with saying that, we're not going to make this decision right now about the process? It's, that can be another agenda topic, in the near future. But in the meantime, we can go on to item, yes.
And I don't know if this goes in this or not, but I am going to request that we do have a executive session to talk about current litigation and strategy. I really feel I need to have that update and to have discussion with the board on that. So I'd like to have that soon, if it's possible. So.
Okey-dokey. So we're moving on to 9D, discuss and possible vote to further extend Attorney Troy's contract, town council's contract. And he has put it forward as
December 18th.
December 18th, 2021. Discussion, open for discussion.
If you want a motion.
I don't have the little yellow hands,
Yeah.
tonight, so I don't know. You guys.
I move to extend the existing contract of Town Council Robert Troy of Troy Wall Associates with a new expiration date of December 18th, 2021. The terms of the contract would remain the same.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? 500. All right, now we move on to correspondence.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Received letters from Department of Environmental Protection regarding, let me get this together here if you allow me a second. About the chemical spill report. Commented that the Massachusetts maximum containment level for 6 regulated per PFAS as applicable for relevant and appropriate requirement, the sentence should be edited to include comparisons of results of to the Mass DEP levels for 6 PFAS. And the second letter was regarding the documentation of the completion of remedial action on the series of chemical and fuel spills, explaining that significant difference for installation and restoration program groundwater plumes on MMR, which was the previous designation of Joint Base Cape Cod, if I might. I don't know what year that was made, Tony, but maybe you can enlighten me. In it, the select boards from the other towns, neighboring towns, and Joint Base Cleanup Team and Mass DEP Southeast Region were also copied to that. Xfinity with the Newsy that is on the June 30th, the channel will cease traditional TV, but will continue as part of the Zumo app. Massachusetts National Guard, in conjunction with Converge Partners, to operate Joint Base Cape Cod water and wastewater utility systems to divest itself of operations and maintenance assets for a good long-term financial and administrative reasons. From Mandy Holloway about her interest in serving another term on the Cape Cod Water Protection Collaborative. Sound Silence Creative Solutions, SWCA, with notice of intent to prepare an environmental impact statement to Federal Register for up to 100 wind turbines near Rhode Island. I think it's probably due south of Aquidneck Island, near Newport. But anyway, the Revolution map is included in the array, and that is also on our website, with the along with all the correspondence. Buzzards Bay Water District seeking commitment letter that was referred to earlier today on the mitigation plan as part of the Water Management Act permit. It's been identified that the areas of town assistance to achieve the plan to begin later in the summer. A letter from Kathleen McDougall requesting a meeting with the board about the need for supportive day program. And from Wanda Harmson with information about the Race Amity Day permit through the Recreation Department and board member participation. It includes a proclamation recognizing the spirit and the June 13th event. And that concludes today's correspondence. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do we need to take a vote on a new proclamation, or are we going to use the prior proclamation? Because it just says the second week in June. Do we have to revote it every year, because we use the same one? Because the 13th, if we're not meeting next week, we wouldn't have another meeting to...
Correct. You would not have a chance to revote the proclamation. And the date does change every single year.
No, it's second Sunday in June.
This one is the second, this is the first one that this is the initial Race Amity. Yeah.
No, I think we did it
The proclamation.
I think we passed it, but they didn't actually have.
Didn't have the event.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, we
We
voted.
don't need to vote the proclamation every year, do we?
I don't
mean,
think
we
so.
proclamated the second Sunday in June. I mean, it's the second Sunday in June. We made it last year,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think last year you used specific language, I thought.
second Sunday in June.
No, no.
No, really, it's
Specific
date
date, June
specific.
8th, I thought it was.
Yeah, it probably was.
I feel like it might have been a
I
date.
think it's even in your packet.
I have the proclamation here. Give a witness, therefore, the Board of Selectmen have hereunto set
But that was the date you
the
voted.
June 20th, excuse me, the 8th of June, 2020. That was the date that the seal, let me see, have hereunto set our hands and cause the official seal of the town of Bourne to be affixed this 8th day of June 2020. But that was the proclamation. I don't know if we have to renew the proclamation.
Yeah, because I think the proclamation said the second Sunday of June. We hereby name the second Sunday in June Race Amity
Which
Day.
June 8th was last year, I think. We can read the proclamation at the, I think she's asking that a board member read it. And I think, I don't think if it's,
I don't
whether or
think it
not
needs
it's
to
a
be-
legal
Yeah,
document.
now therefore it be resolved that the Board of Selectmen do hereby proclaim the second Sunday in June to be Ray Samity Day.
Yeah.
From last year's
Yeah.
vote?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that- and that's
And
a
urge the
living
citizens of
document,
Bourne
I
to
think.
take cognizance of this event and participating physically in observance. We have hereunto our set our seal and 8th day of June, so that was, I assume, the day
So
that
it
you
was stamped
voted.
on Monday, the 8th of June last year, but it's saying
Second Sunday.
Yeah.
So it's, I think it's a permanent document.
It's a living document. In other words, yeah, we
So
don't
we
have.
don't need to.
Yeah.
No,
How's that?
it's good.
Problem
Glad
solved.
we had a discussion. Gave me a chance to, chill here for a second.
All right then.
All right. So, item number 12 is the Board of Selectmen reorganization and discussion and possible vote. And past practice has been that the board members interested in specific roles would send letters of interest via email to the town administrator prior to the meeting. I think we start with the chair's position. And the name, Peter's the only person who put his name in as being interested in the chair position. So I would recognize Peter Meyer to present your interest.
Thank you. I guess I put my name in for interest because I am interested in doing some things over the next year. I mean, I think with my experience in the past, I think it would be nice, as far as a compliment. One of the things I definitely want to look into is having town hall meetings throughout the year, like every quarter. And the reason why I say that is for the last 14 months, we have been on Zoom or social media or whatever. We haven't been in front of people. And I think that it would be good to get out to the community away from our regular business meeting and talk to the residents and hear what they want to say. We do work for them, they elect us, so I think it's nice to go into different parts of town and in a town hall type setting and invite the administration with us, because we can't do the day-to-day, because a lot of times people want to complain to us, but then we're just a filter, and we get sent on to the next person, to the administration to look into it. And so I just think that looking into the possibility of doing town hall meetings over the next year would be something that would be fun, because it's fun to get out there and actually see the people, and the one area of town that I feel that is forgotten is Joint Base Cape Cod. And I know you guys have heard this for years from me. I want us to have a presence out on Joint Base Cape Cod, away from the one day a year when they come to us at night and give the yearly report. That population, they have children in the Bourne public schools, they have kids that play in our athletic leagues, they support our area businesses, and I really think that, a lot of those families, military families, when they move in, they don't know anybody, so they're trying to break in, into the community. So I think by having a town hall meeting, especially out in the base, if possible, will help pull the people together, so they know who we are, we know who they are, in this skill set, and then these are different, so we may be able to help in some of that process. Some of the other ideas that I have is looking into creating subcommittees. The Bourne School Committee right now, you have a policy subcommittee and you have a budget and facility subcommittee. I would like to bring that over to this board as well, and I know as part of our idea, discussion with Attorney Lamke is about looking at the policies, but I think, as we learned over the last year, we have so many of them, and we really don't have the time to really go through them all. So this way, if we have a policy subcommittee, they're working on them, they bring it back to the full board, and then, so we give the policies, some attention, that in the past would be a workshop so often. The budget, I want to see about work, with the budget subcommittee around budget time, budgets for our capital facilities. We have a capital facilities plan long-term, and we really need to see if that's the direction we want to go, as far as protecting the assets we have and how we're going to pay for it. I mean, I know that over the last couple of years with the Finance Committee and the Board of Selectmen, the communication hasn't been it's been different. And so I just want to see if we can bring that communication in, and maybe by doing that, is by having a budget and facilities subcommittee. So this way, instead of just reading the binder once a year, we're keeping things going. So the constant communication between the board, the staff, and maybe even finance committee members, as a way to just keep the constant flow of communication going with that information, because the finances is what runs this town. And so, and people always ask what's happening with our tax dollars. So it's just a way, everybody's different, and I want to try some different things and see if it can work. And we're a team. There's 5 of us here. We all have equal weight, and I just think that collaboratively, we just try to work together, and then just, we have been doing that for the most part the last couple of years, and it's just a continuation of that. So, I can go on, but I'm not going to.
George, are you raising your hand?
Yeah, I just want to make a passing comment. You sound like you got quite an agenda going there, but I just want to be sure, assuming you're the successful candidate here, that we continue, in order to move forward with that agenda, you work closely with the town administrator and the assistant town administrator to make sure that the agendas are appropriately placed. I mean, that's almost impossible to do, but I would count on your experience and with what agenda items take a huge amount of time, and which ones can be handled fairly quickly. And I think that's been done, been quite an improvement during the year. And I think, I would like you to feed off those improvements and keep a lot of those things. There is a reason for making change once in a while, but these have been, I feel that we're better organized than we used to be. And I want that to continue, but I also want time management to be key here, so we don't have meetings bogged down by people like me who like to go on and on. But seriously, I think that would be good.
Oh, yeah, to me, working with the town administrator and assistant town administrator on progress, agenda tracker and creating an agenda is automatic, because without the constant communication and work in agreement and working together, it's not going to put the town in a good light. And we all need to be on the same page, and they've been on the same page, since Tony's been here. Tony's worked well with Judy, so we have to continue that trust. Because if we start to bog down, then why are we here?
It's the Wednesday agenda meeting, right, Judy?
Yep.
Yeah.
Right, that's right.
Yeah.
Always thinking ahead, planning ahead.
Yeah, I do agree 100%. I wasn't, when it came to the Wednesday meeting and the agenda tracker and going through that process, I wasn't gonna change anything. It's important to, it's there for a reason.
Other questions, comments? Anyone want to make a motion?
Motion.
I'll nominate Peter Meyer to be chair of the Board of Selectmen.
I second that.
Okay, discussion? All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed?
Abstain? So we have 4-1-0. So it's yours now. A couple years.
I do have some comments to make. Over the last 2 years, you've been our chair. You came in the chair at the more challenging times. First, it was hiring a new town administrator, and getting that process and getting on board. Then, COVID came, and then we had to learn how we're gonna function as a board in the technology world. And, you know, and you've seen a lot of issues over the last 2 years. I mean, you held it all together. You know, it's, you did a great job with everything thrown at you. I mean, a lot of things, it was the, oh, someone's mic's up.
Oh, MJ.
Yep, just pass the one down.
So it's,
Batteries last forever.
so I say thank you really, because of the processes you have in place and the work that you did, you know, we're better for it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
Yep. So I guess I'm vice chair. From what I understand, there are two letters of interest for vice chair. I believe that MJ and Judy both have submitted letters of interest. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, then. We'll start with you, Judy, and please explain your reasoning for wanting to be the vice chair of this committee.
Sure. So I think in the past I was able to serve in a complementary role to Peter as chair. You know, we worked well together, and you know, I think that my experiences of administration and management and time management in a forward-moving, productive way has been a you know, proven record of success. I tend to have a non-anxious presence. I try to collect information before jumping to any types of conclusions, and I want to, you know, I always want to make sure that I have all that information. I have a distinct understanding professionally of serving in an executive management position. I know maybe sometimes it doesn't always seem like it, because I do have a whimsical side to me. But the fact of the matter is, I spend day in, day out triaging multiple decision-making you know, tasks, and serve in an executive management position. So I feel like that's advantageous for bridging the board and the town administration. And, you know, just kind of having, I always end up being in a position that is bridging, you know, different jobs. And so I would like to continue doing that. I did develop the agenda tracker system and the rhythm of having the, you know, weekly meetings, planning ahead to, you know, 1 or 2 meetings ahead at least. You know, we're always working on a draft, and then we're also working on the next draft, and, you know, things evolve along the way, taking you know, agenda ideas and putting them in. They all get put into the agenda tracker. So, you know, I think that those organizational skills could be very helpful, and keeping that, what you have expressed, a couple of you have expressed as being something beneficial to how we've been working. I am absolutely a team player. I played sports and was a distance runner, and you know, I was involved with you know, music performance, and so, you know, I could tell you all of those things it's a natural to step in and fill in and you know, work together. No matter what you're given, it is important that we all work together, and that we support each other. By supporting each other, it breeds success and results. And you know, although board members are often voted to push agenda-specific topics, and there's a complexity of agendas, competing agendas, and you know, once you're in the role, you really kind of have a sense of how many competing agendas there really are. And we're fortunate to have a variety of members with different perspectives leading, you know, for better decisions. You know, I think that, you know, it's important that we have a variety. Oh, dear me, I'm burned out too. No. It's a variety of, let me see, so I'm going to start over. So, it's just too bad I have no sense of humor. I think that actually having a sense of humor is part of, you know, something that is helpful to a very serious board. and all the things that we have to do. I believe firmly, and there was, several awkward times where this ends up happening, but I believe in public deliberation. I do not believe in behind the doors conversations and decisions or managing decisions prior to moving forward. So I just say that it's not about me. I am a facilitator. My job, I don't have to be in charge. I am willing to offer my skills and for positive outcomes for the town. So I'd like you to consider me as the vice chair.
Thank you. MJ?
I didn't prepare a speech. So my first motivation in putting my name in for vice chair was so I would not be clerk.
Well, I'm not being clerk.
Well, so I have spent the last 3 years as chair of 3 committees. I have spent the last 3 years as chair of 3 committees and had responsibility for a lot of minutes, and I don't want to do minutes. The other reason is that I see the vice chair position as being a position where you indicate that at some point you're going to be interested in being chair, and it's learning the ropes so that you get yourself into that. I don't have a problem either way. I mean, Judy's obviously like really excited about it. I would like to do it. I'd leave it up to the board. I think I'm actually going to withdraw my name, but I will not accept clerk.
I said that on the school committee too. Women
You
power.
could nickname me Toast, maybe, or something.
You're so good at it.
Are you sure you want to do that, MJ?
Yeah, I think, I could use a year of just coming to the meeting.
Okay.
Might
So-
find something else for you.
So
Yeah.
with that in
I know, there's plenty of work to do with all of that.
I know, there's gonna be a lot for all of us to share, so don't worry about that. So with that in mind, is there a motion to nominate Judith McLeod Froman as the next vice chair?
I will so nominate.
Is there a second?
I will second.
Any other discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I'll take a voice vote for it. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I see unanimous. 5-0. For the position of clerk. George or Jared? Who wants it?
You can have it.
I'm not interested.
Done it yet? You might like it.
Does that mean I'm less not interested? That
No,
means
not
it
at all.
defaults to me, I guess?
Not at all.
Yeah, all right.
Will you gracefully accept it?
Gracefully
will
accept it
say-
if you'll understand that I'm the oldest person here and attention to detail is
Your attention to detail
about
is immense.
being
Yeah.
tested.
Oh, it's amazing.
Yeah, anyway.
I think you have an excellent system
Yeah.
down.
I gotta
Thank
be
you.
honest, I
Okay.
have no idea.
Okay.
Works well with staff. I'm gonna say right now, staff enjoys them too. I'm gonna tell you right now, just so you know. Pleasure to have me
All
on.
right.
What's not to like?
Sold a bill of goods. Okay.
Okay.
I'll accept the nomination.
Well, then I'm gonna nominate George Slade as our clerk. Is there a second?
Second.
Any other discussion on that? I'm not letting you withdraw. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, it's unanimous.
I don't know, I didn't hear George.
I didn't say anything.
Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Ayes have it.
Okay, yellow packets are back.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay, turn off your microphone.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Do we want all in black ink? 'Cause my pen's blue.
Well, this one here, we're gonna sign with this pen.
Okay.
So this is for the stamp. This is very important.
I wasn't gonna bring those up.
Oh, we have to stay within the,
Because that was somebody else's job, and we kinda left that out tonight.
Yeah.
We had our first meeting without Mr. Mulvey.
Yeah.
In this room, and that was, left him there till the end.
Yeah.
that should have been the first order of business, Gary.
Attention, attention.
Hello.
Yeah.
So this is for the stamp.
Oh, yeah, in the lines.
Small signatures.
Stay in the box.
You gotta stay in the box.
Stay next to your name.
My name's spelled right?
No, you have to sign it. Your name's not in it.
You sign next to
Peter,
vice
Judy,
chair.
George, Jared. Oh, I can't on the bottom anymore? No, sorry. Use the same pen.
Just give them one copy, right?
Oh, yeah, in case you
It's
make, you
extra
only
copies
sign
only
one.
if you make a
These are for,
mistake.
these are
Yeah.
for mistakes.
These are from mistakes.
Oh, hand that down to Glenn that way, that's his fault.
Thank